The House will be in order. Is there a communication that... There is a communication, and who will read this communication? The chair lays this communication before the House. A communication from the Speaker of the House. Please read the communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 19th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Aaron Bean to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties. Each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. And good morning. And we have our first speaker. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate the achievement of Detroit's Foreign Language Immersion and Cultural Studies School's middle school robotics team. Their outstanding performance this year has been remarkable. The team is Detroit Public Schools' first team in more than 30 years to travel to the For Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology International Championship. Later this month, the FLIX robotics team will be taking on the best teams from all over the world in this high-stakes 4-day competition. Team Techno Phoenix, as we call them, has worked hard and persevered in competition throughout the season, including an outstanding performance at our state championship. I'm so incredibly proud of these group of young people who have invested time and energy into this challenging pursuit. Congratulations, FLIX team Techno Phoenix, and we cheer you on as you go enter the first international competition on our behalf. Mr. Speaker, I rise in offering a heartfelt congratulations to the members of the Detroit Renaissance High School's chess team on their first place victory in the under 800 category at the U.S. Chess Federation's K through 12 National Championship. For 4 days, the team competed in high-stakes chess matches against teams from all across the country. Their victory is a testament to long hours of practice, focus, and determination. The team displayed critical thinking and strategic skill, beating more than 60 other teams. The victory in Renaissance High School's first chess national, this was the first ever Renaissance High School's first chess national championship. So please join me in recognizing the Renaissance High School chess team for their outstanding accomplishment. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the recent progress made towards peace in Yemen. Now we must focus aggressively on addressing the humanitarian crisis to support the Yemeni people. 14.8 million are starving right now. The recent progress and statements from those involved that do offer us a pathway to peace in Yemen, and we know that it's possible, but the obstacles still remain and require engagement from our Congress and the President. We cannot allow our hope for current peace talks to distract us from the massive ongoing humanitarian crisis. We can do both. A month ago, I led 24 members of our colleagues here in requesting at least $1.2 billion in U.S. humanitarian aid to Yemen in the upcoming budget. Again, over 500,000 in Yemen right now are children that may die from malnutrition and starvation this year if we do not act. So it's simple, we must act, and the world is listening and watching. A significant increase in U.S. assistance to Yemen would cause other countries to follow our lead, meaning our investment will have far more of an impact. So please make sure that our message is clear, that we cannot allow us to stand on the sidelines and allow Yemen to starve. If this diplomatic process breaks down, I'm prepared to work with my colleagues to introduce new legislation to end this awful war. And for this moment, I want to recognize again all those that have lost their lives during this war and those that again have had long-lasting impact. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as one of the first Muslim women ever elected to the United States Congress, and tomorrow will end the holy month of Ramadan. And I want to offer my wonderful greeting to all of my neighbors across the country that are observing Ramadan, and to wish them Ramadan Mubarak, and know that I am here always making sure that we have a voice here in Congress. And I hope again that they find joy with their family as they celebrate this holy month and celebrate Eid tomorrow with their children. And again, this is something that we're going to see celebrated all over the world, and it is a beautiful, again, celebration, end of a month to reflect and to find, peace and connection with a higher God. So thank you so much again, and to all my Muslim neighbors who are celebrating Ramadan, for allowing me to again be here and be a voice for them in Congress. Thank you so much, and I yield.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, Congress is going to vote on a bill that would ban some transgender kids from participating in sports. And to be honest, I haven't thought about this issue very much. I don't actually know any transgender students. And I think many of you may not have thought about this issue either. You have busy lives, and if you still have an open mind on this, I'd like to read to you parts of a letter that the Republican governor of Utah wrote. This letter is the veto message of Governor Spencer Cox of Utah, where he vetoed a similar state bill regarding transgender kids. He writes, "I must admit, I am not an expert on transgenderism. I struggle to understand so much of it, and the science is conflicting. When in doubt, however, I always try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion." And he goes on to say, "Here are the numbers that have most impacted my decision: 75,000, 4, 1, 86, and 56. What does he mean by those numbers? Well, this is what he writes. 75,000 high school kids participating in high school sports in Utah. 4 transgender kids playing high school sports in Utah. 1 transgender student playing girls' sports. 86% of trans youth reporting suicidality. 56% of trans youth having attempted suicide." And he goes on to write, 4 kids, only 1 of them playing girls' sports. That's what all of this is about. 4 kids who aren't dominating or winning trophies or taking scholarships. 4 kids who are just trying to find some friends and feel like they are part of something. 4 kids trying to get through each day. Rarely has so much fear and anger been directed at so few. I don't understand what they are going through or why they feel the way they do, but I want them to live. And all the research shows that even a little acceptance and connection can reduce suicidality significantly. Like the governor of Utah, the Republican governor of Utah, I also am not an expert on transgenderism. But I do know this: we're all Americans, and these are kids. These are kids, most of them, who wake up every morning living in fear they're going to have a bad day, that they're going to be shunned, made fun of, discriminated against, and bullied. We are the United States House of Representatives. We should not be bullying kids. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solemn remembrance of the Armenian Genocide. April 24th marks the 108th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide, one of the most horrific losses of life in modern history. The Ottoman Empire's brutal campaign of ethnic cleansing led to the deaths of roughly 1.5 million Armenians in the period between 1915 to 1923. Despite this tragedy, the Armenian American community today is strong and vibrant. But remembering atrocities like the Armenian Genocide is crucial to ensuring that this never happens again. A key part of this process is education. I am proud to co-lead this year's Armenian Genocide Education Act with Representatives Anna Eshoo, Gus Balrakis, and David Valadeo, which we will introduce on April 24th. This legislation will authorize $10 million funding to Library of Congress over 5 years to develop Armenian genocide education programs and resources which can be used by educators across the country. Those resources will ensure that future generations learn about and never forget about these atrocities. I stand with the Armenian American community in my district and across the U.S. as they honor and remember those who perished during the genocide. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O Lord, receive this day our prayers of concern for our world and help us bear wisely our responsibility to intercede on behalf of the afflicted, rescue the downtrodden, and pursue avenues of peace in areas of war and turmoil. But where, O Lord, do we start? There are so many under the threat of tyrants and tormentors around the world, to include the countless Ukrainians for whom we haven't ceased praying. They are on their knees daily before you, the Almighty, appealing to you and to allies and friends like us to stand with them in their suffering. But where in the world do we best serve you? Holy God, how should we intervene in the discord among nations and in conflict within countries? By what right do we step in order to effect the peace you have obliged us to pursue when our own country is fragmented, fractured by so many competing views? What do we need to do to unify ourselves around our sacred values of freedom and justice, life and liberty? Indeed, O Lord, our prayers are heavy laden with the complexity and responsibility of each of these burdens. We pray that the kind of rest you promise us would allow time for discernment, clarity of purpose, and faithfulness to the tasks you have entrusted to us this day. We offer ourselves to your guidance in all these things as we pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. was thrust by Biden and the Democrat Party into the Ukrainian conflict. We have spent over $113 billion to support Ukraine in its war against Russia. Democrat legislation passed in the 117th Congress exempted Biden from complying with numerous requirements of the Arms Export Control Act and the Foreign Assistance Act for leases to Ukraine, a country that former President Obama didn't think twice about not lifting a finger to assist in 2014. These exemptions have led to rampant spending with little to no accountability. The American people deserve transparency and assurance that their hard-earned dollars are not simply being given away, which is why I have introduced the Ukraine Lend-Lease Accountability Act this morning. This legislation would ensure that the terms of federal foreign military aid leasing would be followed by the President. It is unacceptable to throw money to a country with no terms for repayment, especially when we're talking about over $100 billion at a time when we're having to cut our own budget. If I have to choose between a foreign war and our seniors who are struggling, I choose our seniors. If we have to choose between our children and their future, I choose our children. Ladies and gentlemen, I choose America first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island wish to be recognized?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revising some of my words.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor and remember State Senator Mary Ellen Goodwin, a dear friend and public servant who tragically passed away this week following a long battle with cancer. For almost 40 years in the state Senate, Mary Ellen championed the needs of working Rhode Islanders. She was the lead sponsor of successful legislation to guarantee paid sick leave for workers across our state. She spoke up for survivors of domestic violence and worked to expand quality child care and home care. A devout Catholic, Senator Goodwin delivered a brave and heartfelt speech on the floor of the state Senate, explaining her ability to reconcile her faith with her support of marriage equality. Senator Goodwin's legacy will live on through the recently passed Mary Ellen Goodwin Colorectal Cancer Screening Act, which will ensure that all Rhode Islanders can receive life-saving cancer screenings. Senator Goodwin made a difference, and her efforts have made life better for countless Rhode Islanders. I join Mary Ellen's friends, family, and the entire state of Rhode Island in thanking her and mourning her loss. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
On April 8th, 2023, officers Emily Breidenbach and Hunter Scheel went on their final watch. They died at the hands of a gunman who then proceeded to take his life. They were young people who lived in northwestern Wisconsin. They were relatively young in their service to the state of Wisconsin and to the people of their local communities. They will be missed dearly, and it is a tragedy that their lives were taken so young. On behalf of all of the people of the 7th Congressional District in northern and western Wisconsin, I want to express my condolences and our condolences. I had a chance to attend the funeral service for these two officers last Saturday. And as tragic as this was, it was uplifting at the same time. Because residents by the hundreds came to the funeral service. And then as I went on Highway 8 East in northern Wisconsin, hundreds of people were along the roadside holding flags with their hands over their hearts to recognize officers Emily Breidenbach and Hunter Scheel. Thank you to them for their service to our state and to our country, and thank you to all of you who wear the badge for the service you provide for all of us in America. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I am up here celebrating the end of the holy month of Ramadan. Ramadan is a time for Muslims around the world to renew our faith and reflect our shared values of unity, generosity, and compassion. As we finish this holy month of fasting, I want to recognize the beautiful Muslim community, my beautiful Muslim neighbors, in Michigan's 12th District Strong, and around the world as we celebrate Eid al-Fitr. Eid al-Fitr is known as the festival breaking the fast, Mr. Speaker, and it marks the end, again, of the holy month. It's a time when Muslims, again, around the world come together to celebrate the end of the month-long fasting and their spiritual reflection. From my heart to yours, I hope this Eid brings everyone who's celebrating joy, closer to community, and prosperity. With that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge an extraordinary Montanan whose service to his country is a powerful reminder of the legacy we inherit from the greatest generation. Jack Kindleman grew up in Roundup, Montana during the dark days of the Great Depression and World War II. At the age of 17, Jack joined the United States Navy during the final months of the war and served with distinction despite his youth. Unwilling to sit on the sidelines at the war's conclusion, Jack would answer the call to service in Korea, where he rescued dozens of refugees fleeing the conflict in a small fishing boat. Since then, Jack has been a pillar of the community in Billings, where he volunteers at St. Vincent Hospital, having served over 10,000 hours to date. Jack Kindleman's dedicated service has touched countless lives in Montana and across the United States. It is an honor to represent him and thousands of veterans just like him in Congress, and it is my privilege to recognize Jack on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition? Gentlewoman from Arizona.
I'd like to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like all of you to join me in praying for Eric Morgan. Eric Morgan is a constituent of mine in Arizona, and he also served as the former Republican chairman for the legislative district in my congressional district. On April 5th, Eric was involved in a very serious motorcycle accident. They thought he was going to die. Fortunately, with the help of the doctors and nurses and multiple surgeries, he has now been released out of critical care unit in a hospital in Arizona, but he has a long road for recovery. And the prayers have helped him, Eric, and his wife, Heather, and their family. So I want them to know that all of us here, the U.S. House of Representatives, and the people in the gallery are praying for you, Eric, and Heather, for total and complete healing. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 28th anniversary of the bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a horrific event that took the lives of 168 individuals. This day is forever ingrained in our lives. We continue to pray for those who were senselessly lost and the lives that were changed forever. Through all this, Oklahomans remained resilient and stood together. They rallied and have shown in the nation what it means to be strong, focusing on a message built on hope and love, creating what we know as the Oklahoma Standard. I will always be grateful for the courage and dedication of our first responders and the outpouring of support from citizens across the country and world. The work done at the Oklahoma City National Memorial and Museum is important in ensuring that we treat each other with respect and dignity. At the ceremony today in Oklahoma City, this verse was referenced, and I find it very fitting. Micah chapter 6, verse 8. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God? Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 298, I call up the House Joint Resolution 42, disapproving the action of the D.C. Council in approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Calendar Number 12, House Joint Resolution 42. Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022.
Pursuant to House Resolution 298, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Joint Resolution 42, a resolution disapproving of the District of Columbia Council's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department serve their community every day to help keep the district safe and secure. In doing so, they routinely place themselves in dangerous situations to protect others. And yet, progressive policies from the D.C. Council continue to hamstring district officers and needlessly place them in unsafe situations. The D.C. Council's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 does just that. For example, it requires burdensome and time-consuming approval hurdles before officers may put on riot gear for their own protection. It creates new mechanisms for activists to harass officers and their families by obtaining personal information on the officers. It also creates additional liability for officers that are not found in other police departments. These are just a few of the many impractical and outrageous proposals of the legislation. The D.C. Police Department has seen over 1,190 police officers leave the force since the beginning of 2020. That's about 1/3 of the D.C. Police Department. Nearly 40% of those officers resigned. That means they chose to leave the department instead of dealing with the increasingly impossible burdens placed on them by the council. Since then, crime has been soaring in the district. Compared to this time last year, homicides are up 25%. Motor vehicle theft is up 106%. All crime is up 25%. These troubling statistics cannot be allowed to continue. The council has continued to overlook its law enforcement officers in favor of progressive, soft-on-crime policies that only benefit criminals. The almost 700,000 residents of D.C. and approximately 20 million annual visitors to our nation's capital deserve to feel safe. Ensuring a vibrant and safe national capital for all Americans to visit is a key ingredient of the district's future financial health and a necessity for the federal government workforce. And our police deserve to have the resources to ensure the safety of all. The D.C. Council's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act does neither of those things. If the D.C. Council wants to continue down this path, they will have to answer to this Congress. And we're not alone. The D.C. Police Union, representing 3,500 members, and the U.S. Capitol Police Labor Committee have both endorsed this resolution of disapproval. D.C.'s reckless reforms have also caught nationwide attention with the National Fraternal Order of Police and the National Association of Police Organizations, both asking Congress to block the D.C. reform package. Additionally, the California Coalition of Law Enforcement Associations, the Fullerton Police Officers Association, and the Las Vegas Police Protective Association are all strongly in favor of H.J. Resolution 42. We see such broad national support for this disapproval resolution because other jurisdictions know just how awful the D.C. Council's anti-policing so-called reforms would be as a precedent for America's cities. Additionally, D.C. Mayor Browser declined to sign this legislation into law. That should be a signal of how extreme it is. But the D.C. Council did not listen and proceeded to pass it anyway. We also have a recent precedent to consider. Recently, 31 House Democrats and 31 Senate Democrats joined President Biden and House Republicans to block the D.C. Council's revised Criminal Code Act of 2022 from becoming law. Congress successfully blocked the district's attempt to lessen penalties on dangerous criminals. And now we must act again to address the D.C. Council's reckless attempt to weaken local law enforcement. The dangerous policing reforms addressed by House Joint Resolution 42 are even worse for the current crime epidemic in D.C. We must ensure that these pro-crime, anti-police policies are not allowed at our nation's capital, which Congress has a special interest in overseeing. If the D.C. Council wishes to engage Congress to seek reforms addressing specific problems in local law enforcement, then the Oversight Committee stands ready to have those conversations with the D.C. leaders and my colleagues in the House. But this police reform package, which D.C. has presented to Congress for approval, does far more harm than good and must be rejected. And to be clear, this is precisely the role of Congress when it comes to matters of the district's governance.
Under the U.S. Constitution, Congress is granted exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over the district, and the Home Rule Act does establish a degree of local governance. But under the Home Rule Act, Congress maintains a role to scrutinize and approve of district legislation. Just because Congress has not been fulfilling this role in recent decades is not a reason to avoid this responsibility now, especially when we know the nation's capital city is plunging into a crime crisis. Now is the time for Congress to lean in and provide the oversight the district so badly needs. I urge my colleagues to support my colleague, Mr. Andrew Clyde's resolution of disapproval. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I may consume. The good chairman of the committee invoked the name of Mayor Muriel Bowser, the mayor of the District of Columbia, who sent us a letter with the chairman of the city council, Phil Mendelson, which closes this way: not only should our policy decisions not be overturned by officials not elected to represent our residents, but this kind of piecemeal interference hurts our ability to confront crime and improve public safety in the District of Columbia. So what is this about, Mr. Speaker? House J Resolution 42 seeks to nullify a law passed unanimously by the Council of the District of Columbia to promote accountability for police officers who use excessive force or abuse their power, a goal that the vast majority of Americans share. The D.C. law banned the use of chokeholds and other dangerous neck restraints and set reasonable standards on the use of deadly force. It required public release of body-worn camera footage and created a police officer misconduct database for officers who have been convicted of a crime or had allegations against them civilly or administratively sustained. It prohibited D.C. from hiring officers who've engaged in criminal or official misconduct. Most importantly, for these purposes, Mr. Speaker, the new law empowered the chief of police to fire or to discipline officers who break the law by removing police disciplinary matters from the control of arbitrators under collective bargaining. And this is the provision that galvanized opposition to the bill from the police union, the key provision that has now led our colleagues to wanting to convert the Congress of the United States into the largest city council in the world, a 535-member city council with the job of micromanaging and superintending the work of the 13-member council of the District of Columbia. The local police union hates this provision, which is their right, of course, and their chief has been the chief lobbyist against Washington, D.C. on this law. He was the key GOP witness in the oversight hearing on the law. His union sued when the legislation was first passed, asserting that it violated the U.S. Constitution not to subject the discipline of police officers to an outside arbitrator. They lost in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. They lost in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, and the Supreme Court did not grant cert, and still the union is running TV ads against this law and have obviously found friends on that side of the aisle. Now, in their eagerness to kick around the more than 700,000 tax-paying American citizens who live in Washington, D.C., but have no voting representation in the House of Representatives or in the U.S. Senate, our colleagues are embracing a claim that puts them in favor of an extreme police union position on discipline that jurisdictions across America are debating and many of them are rejecting. Why? Well, D.C. is a good example. Before passage of this law that they proposed to repeal, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department had been forced by labor arbitrators to rehire a significant number of policemen and women who had been fired for engaging in serious criminal misconduct. Here are some examples of the officers who were fired, but the department was forced to reinstate by an arbitrator. One officer illegally struck a suspect multiple times in the head. The officer was criminally tried and convicted of criminal assault, sentenced to 30 days in jail, 3 years of probation, and 500 hours of community service. But despite strong opposition from the police department, he was reinstated by an arbitrator. Another officer, off duty at the time, sexually assaulted a woman and was convicted of misdemeanor sex abuse and sentenced to a 100-day suspended sentence and a year of probation. Despite strong opposition from the department, he was reinstated by an arbitrator to the force. Another off-duty police officer confessed to abusing a child. The officer was convicted of child abuse and sentenced to 5 years of probation. Despite strong opposition from the department, he was reinstated as well. Every D.C. police chief for at least the last 25 years has expressed outrage about the old system of having to rehire bad cops after they'd been rehired for perpetrating serious misconduct against the people of Washington, D.C. Former D.C. Police Chief Peter Newsham openly lamented that he had to allow, quote, very bad police officers back onto our department. Former Police Chief Charles Ramsey said of this, it is demoralizing to the rank and file who really do not want to have those kinds of people in their ranks. It causes a tremendous amount of anxiety in the public. Our credibility is shot whenever these things happen. And the current D.C. Police Chief, Robert Conte, says that giving the police the power over discipline reduces the risk of returning poor performers to the force. So forcing police chiefs to reinstate bad cops fired for breaking the law is bad for public safety. It's bad for community morale. It's bad for the morale of the vast majority of good cops who are doing their jobs. But it's also bad for taxpayers. Between 2010 and 2020, the Washington Post found that D.C. paid out $91 million to resolve claims of police brutality and misconduct. But taxpayers are also on the hook for back pay that was paid out to bad cops who were fired for this misconduct when they were rehired following the ruling of an arbitrator. In a recent 5-year period, the D.C. Police Department was forced to rehire 36 officers. According to a D.C. auditor report, D.C. had to pay $14.3 million in back pay to these convicted and disciplined officers. Look, the question of whether police chiefs or arbitrators should be the ones to decide to put disciplined cops back on the force is a matter for local decision-making in Washington as it is in every other jurisdiction in the country. 700,000 tax-paying American citizens have decided through their elected representatives that the chief of police, who's appointed by the mayor of the District of Columbia, should be the ones to be able to discipline bad actors within the police department. Reversing the D.C. government on this local matter is outrageous interference by Congress to impose a bad public policy on the capital city. And with that, I will reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, the sponsor of the resolution, Mr. Clyde.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
I thank the gentleman, Chairman Comer, for yielding, and I'm grateful that today we are considering my common sense resolution, H.J. Res. 42, which would block the implementation of the D.C. City Council's so-called Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Emergency Amendment Act of 2022. H.J. Res. 42 is essential to both increase public safety and combat rising crime in our nation's capital city. For far too long, Washington, D.C., which is supposed to represent a beacon of freedom, patriotism, and prosperity for all America, has been overrun by violent criminals. As millions of people visit D.C. every year, it's imperative that our nation's capital is safe for all residents and visitors. Yet, unfortunately, this simply is not the case. While many local Democrat officials continue to bury their heads in the sand, such as D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson, who insists there is, quote, not a crime crisis in Washington, D.C., the data reveals the inescapable reality of an out-of-control crime wave taking over our city. According to the Metro Police Department, so far this year, there have already been more than 60 homicides, nearly 50 cases of sexual abuse, 2,000 incidents of motor vehicle theft, over 750 robberies, 300 burglaries, and more than 2,200 cases of theft from auto. The list goes on and on. In fact, crime overall is up 25% from last year. These dangers are widely known across the district, but especially here on Capitol Hill. In the last few months, both a congressional reporter and a member of Congress had wheels stolen off their cars. One of Senator Rand Paul's staffers was horrifically stabbed in broad daylight, and a member of this body, Congresswoman Angie Craig, was violently assaulted in the elevator in her apartment building. Crime is clearly out of control in our nation's capital, and who is charged with protecting the people and streets of Washington? The Metropolitan Police Department. Yet instead of providing MPD officers with the resources, support, and political backing required to combat crime, the D.C. Council is determined to kneecap MPD's capabilities, subsequently emboldening dangerous criminals. The Council's anti-police law creates undue burdens on the MPD. A few of these policies include limiting physical contact with the suspect. They claim it bans chokeholds, but chokeholds have been banned for decades, since 1985. So this ban is really just a cheap attempt at a political talking point. But it goes further, placing liability on officers just for touching near the neck area without any intent whatsoever. Additionally, this legislation sets MPD officers up for failure by prohibiting officers from viewing body-worn camera footage when writing initial reports. This reform also requires the mayor to publicly release the names of officers in all instances of serious use of force, allowing radical activists to target officers and their families. The D.C. Council's bill strips the D.C. Police Union of collective bargaining rights and repeals a D.C. Code provision that requires the Metro Police Department to commence disciplinary action against an officer within 90 business days. This means that officers could be placed under investigation for an indefinite period of time, which strips their right to timely due process of law. Notably, since this legislation has been in effect under emergency legislative powers since 2020, the MPD has lost almost 1,200 officers and currently operates at a 500 officer deficit. Officers are expressing their great concern with their feet and are leaving faster than they can be replaced. The D.C. police force has been depleted to an astonishing half-century low. Undoubtedly, the D.C. Council's misguided legislation has driven out men and women in blue who protect us, while disincentivizing individuals to join the force. And honestly, who can blame them? Who wants to put their life on the line in a city where local officials continue to put criminals first and police officers last? Back in 2020, Mayor Bowser allowed a painted message, "Defund the police," to remain on a street near the White House for more than 2 months. Clearly, D.C. officials have made their message abundantly clear, and they continue to fail the men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department. In response, we must be united in supporting MPD officers and restoring law and order in Washington by blocking the D.C. Council's legislation. We have both the authority and the responsibility to do so. Just as we repealed the Council's Soft on Crime revised Criminal Code Act just a few weeks ago, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution grants Congress exclusive legislative authority over Washington's affairs. It's time to effectively exercise this power yet again, to ensure our nation's capital city is safe for all Americans. After all, as the heart of our republic, Washington, D.C. should be the safest city in this great nation. Public safety is not a partisan issue, it's a common sense one. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my resolution, H.J. Res. 42, so we can take the necessary steps to turn our crime-ridden capital city into a safe, free, and prosperous city. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. A gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few points about the last contribution from the gentleman from Georgia. Georgia reported 892 murders in the last year, the fourth highest in the country. He says that Washington, D.C. is overrun by violent criminals. The only time I've seen an institution overrun by violent criminals was here in the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, an event that gentleman described as a tourist visit and has consistently likened it to a tourist visit. So I don't know that he's going to be the best and most reliable witness for determining when an institution is being overrun by violent criminals. And the rhetoric I hear from the Freedom Caucus is about defunding the FBI and defunding the ATF. No one on our side of the aisle is talking about defunding any of them or defunding the police. On the contrary, we have advanced initiatives to dramatically increase local government funding for police and other services. And with that, I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton.
I thank my friend for yielding. I strongly oppose this profoundly undemocratic, paternalistic resolution. The House of Representatives, in which the nearly 700,000 District of Columbia residents have no voting representation, is attempting to nullify legislation enacted by D.C.'s local legislature, whose members are elected by D.C. residents. By scheduling this vote, I can only conclude that the Republican leadership believes that D.C. residents, the majority of whom are black and brown, are unworthy of governing themselves. The dictionary defines democracy as, and I'm quoting, a government in which the supreme power is vested in the people and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving periodically held free elections, end quote. DC's lack of voting representation in this Congress and Congress's plenary authority over DC are the antithesis of democracy. The legislative history and merits of DC's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, which is the subject of this disapproval resolution, should be irrelevant, since there is never justification for Congress nullifying legislation enacted by the District of Columbia. But I would like to set the record straight. DC's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment of 2022 is consistent with House Democrats' George Floyd Justice of Policing Act, President Biden's executive order on policing and police accountability and transparency legislation enacted by dozens of states, both red and blue, to improve public safety and public trust after the murder of George Floyd. DC's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 would, among other things, make it easier to fire officers for misconduct, prohibit the hiring of officers with prior misconduct, require the release of the names and body-worn camera recordings of officers directly involved in an officer-involved death or serious use of force, strengthen civilian oversight of police, establish a public database of sustained allegations of officer misconduct, make officer disciplinary records subject to release under the DC Freedom of Information Act, and prohibit chokeholds and asphyxiating restraints. Congress requires DC's local legislature, the DC Council, to pass the permanent version of legislation twice, separated by at least 13 days. The Council passed the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act of 2022 by votes of 11-0 and 13-0. While the legislation was enacted without the DC mayor's signature, the mayor has urged Congress to oppose this disapproval resolution. The DC Council has 13 members. The members are elected by DC residents. If DC residents do not like how the members vote, they can vote them out of office. Congress has 535 voting members. The members are elected by residents of the states. None are elected by DC residents. If DC residents do not like how the members vote, they cannot vote them out of office. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent to the government to extend taxation without representation. Yet DC residents cannot consent to any action taken by Congress, whether on national or local matters, and pay full federal taxes indeed. DC pays more federal taxes per capita than any state and more total federal taxes than 23 states. I say to every member of Congress, keep your hands off D.C. If you want to legislate on local D.C. matters, become a D.C. resident and get elected mayor or council member. I urge members to vote no.
I want to thank the gentlelady from the District of Columbia for her eloquent remarks and also for making the specific point that the D.C. reform legislation is perfectly congruent with the George Floyd Policing Act, which we passed in the 117th Congress. In fact, the George Floyd Act goes further than D.C. went. D.C. did not touch qualified immunity, which was something that was dealt with in the federal legislation. I also wanted to correct one other piece of misinformation that was left by the gentleman from Georgia who said that it's against the law under the D.C. law for a police officer to touch someone's neck. That is not the definition of the law against chokeholds and neck restraints. It requires the use of any body part or object by a law enforcement officer against a person with the purpose, intent, or effect of controlling or restricting the person's airway or severely restricting the person's breathing. That does not involve just touching a person's neck, and I reserve at that point.
Reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
How much time do we have left, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Maryland has 16 minutes, and
Okay.
from Kentucky has 19 minutes.
Yes, I now am happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Congresswoman Summerlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in solidarity with the almost 700,000 residents of the District of Columbia that this Congress seeks to disenfranchise once again. DC voters and council members saw the problem of police perpetuating different forms of violence plaguing not only their city, but the entire country, and they chose to act. They saw the reports of fired officers being rehired, cases dropped for faulty evidence and excessive use of force. They saw that marginalized folks were bearing the brunt of the violence and were being disproportionately prosecuted. And what are we doing here today? Debating a resolution that seeks to circumvent the will of those DC voters. Congress does not have the authority to pass a disapproval resolution such as this for any other state or municipality. The principle of no taxation without representation helped launch the American Revolution and is enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. DC residents drive around with that on their license plate. Yet this joint resolution is telling all 670,000 tax-paying residents that their voices don't matter. I'm sure it's no coincidence that those residents are over 45% Black. We must affirm their right to self-determination. DC residents have been petitioning for voting representation in Congress for over 200 years. And in 2016, they approved a referendum for statehood by 85%. But instead of acting on that, this Republican-led Congress has taken every chance to strike down the will of the people. You cannot support self-rule for jurisdictions as long as they don't make choices you oppose. The bill this resolution seeks to strike down mirrors the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that this Congress passed last year. Among other things, it prohibits chokeholds, removes military-grade weapons from officers, bans the hiring of officers with prior misconducts, and requires officers to inform people of their rights. Frankly, the bill doesn't go far enough, leaving out crucial reforms such as ending qualified immunity. None of these reforms are radical anti-police measures. None of them are particularly transformative. They are first small steps towards justice. I urge my colleagues to reject this joint resolution and allow the will of the DC people to stand. I yield back.
I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania for her remarks, and we will reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve.
I will yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding, and I'd like to respond to something that was said on the other side of the aisle. Both public and private sector employers across the country have had difficulty recruiting and retaining employees in recent years. In fact, the difficulty law enforcement agencies across the country have with recruitment and retention predate the police reforms enacted after the killing of George Floyd. Prior to the killing of George Floyd, a 2019 survey conducted by the International Association of Chiefs of Police found that, and here I'm quoting, the challenge of recruiting law enforcement is widespread and affects agencies of all types, sizes, and locations across the United States, end quote. The survey also found that, quote, the difficulty in recruiting law enforcement officers and employees is not due to one particular cause. Rather, multiple social, political, and economic forces are all simultaneously at play, end quote, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for her point. Mr. Speaker, control over local police is an essential facet of political self-government and home rule. The people of Washington, D.C., through their representatives, need to be able to control their own local police. They also need to control their judges. The problem, of course, is that right now the District of Columbia is caught betwixt and between. The people have made clear that they want to become a state. They organized the Statehood Constitutional Convention. They have petitioned for admission to the Union and are asking the Congress of the United States under Article 4 of the Constitution to exercise our powers to admit them as a state and to redraw the boundaries of the federal district, given our exclusive power, our comprehensive power under the District Clause to do that. And in fact, in 1846, Congress redrew the boundaries of the District of Columbia in order to retrocede to Virginia lands there, and that was perfectly constitutional. And today, Congress can exercise its powers under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 to modify the boundaries of the federal district to cede the residential lands to the new state that is petitioning for admission to the Union. The House of Representatives in the last two Congresses voted to admit the District of Columbia, or Washington, D.C., as the new state. The Senate did not act, and yet their statehood drive continues. Alas, our colleagues, rather than trying to help propel another state into the Union and to allow them to gain equal footing with all of the other states, instead decides to try to micromanage their local affairs and to drive them back into some kind of semi-colonial status that they thought they had left behind many decades ago. So the real question for the Congress of the United States is, will we do for the people of Washington, D.C., tax-paying, draftable citizens who have served in every war that the Republic has ever fought, going back to the American Revolution, will we treat them the same way that we treated the people of 37 other states who were admitted by the original 13? That is the dynamic of enlargement of democracy that was contemplated by the framers of the Constitution and the founders of the country. They did not want there to be large colonized, subjected populations subject to the will of other people for precisely the kind of reason that is on display today. There's no reason why the local government of Washington should be lorded over and superintended by other people's representatives, no matter how well-intended they may be, or how politically intended they may be, or how malevolently intended they may be. The framers of the Constitution, the people who fought the American Revolution, rejected the idea of virtual representation. That was the claim of the Crown and the Parliament. They said, you don't need your own representatives because you're represented by people in Parliament who will be able to take into account your interests. And the revolutionaries rejected that, saying that in real democracy, people get to choose their own representatives, and those representatives elect their own council, their own mayor. They get to choose their own police chief. They get to make their own decisions. And so really what we see today is a drama that reenacts the basic struggle for democratic self-government in our country. And this is a chapter in that drama, but it will lead eventually, it must lead to the admission of Washington, D.C. as a new state, the way that 37 other states were admitted by the original 13, including my own Maryland, because those original states understood the logic of democratic equality and freedom in our country. I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
The multiple provisions constituting the D.C. police reform law are mainstream common sense reforms unanimously passed by the Council of District of Columbia, which enjoy strong public support and are perfectly congruent not only with the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which passed the House in the 117th Congress, but also with police accountability laws enacted by dozens of states and localities in recent years in the wake of notorious episodes of police brutality like the murder of George Floyd. For example, since May of 2020, at least 24 states have enacted legislation to limit the use of dangerous neck restraints against citizens. 39 states have passed reforms related to officer education and training. Since May of 2020, 26 states have enacted laws to improve data collection and police transparency. At least 7 states, including Arizona, Colorado, and Wisconsin, have enacted laws requiring the creation of public databases on use of force information. States like Colorado, South Carolina, and Maryland have mandated adoption of body-worn cameras statewide. At least 20 states have enacted laws that address state-level use of force standards. This joint resolution of disapproval is an attack on local decision-making, federalism, and the policies of oversight and accountability that Americans clearly want, and that our committee, as the Oversight Committee, should be championing. This resolution would result not only in less political democracy in America, but less official oversight and accountability over policing in the capital city. It's amazing to me that our colleagues will not even have a hearing on the desire of Washington, with 700,000 tax-paying but unrepresented Americans, to join the union as a state, but they will mobilize all their energy to strip from the local D.C. police chief the power to discipline cops who commit crimes. There seems to be no end to our colleagues' willingness to undermine good police work in Washington. Last month, and the most memorable thing they've done so far, in the new Congress, committee Republicans visited more than 20 January 6th insurrectionists living in D.C. jail, the vast majority of whom are there because they were convicted of or charged with violently assaulting our police officers. Our colleagues liken the extremists who attacked our police officers to political prisoners, people like Nelson Mandela and Alexander Solzhenitsyn and Alexei Navalny. Those are people charged with ideological offenses against authoritarian regimes. But these prisoners they visited were charged with, and in many cases convicted of, violently assaulting American police officers. This month now, Republicans want to overturn a local law that allows the chief of police in D.C. to keep cops who commit crimes like drug dealing or sexual assault off the force. I don't blame the people of Washington or Ms. Norton for telling them to keep their hands off D.C. And with that, I will yield a minute to Ms. Presley.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this measure because it is nothing more than an attack on D.C. statehood and a barrier to confronting the crisis that is police brutality. When I hear from D.C. residents on this vote, they all tell me the same thing. Republicans need to keep their hands off D.C. The residents of the District of Columbia elected the members of their council to determine what laws will govern their city. D.C. residents did not elect the sponsor of this bill or any of the Republicans who are in favor of violating D.C. home rule. Unanimously, those duly elected council members passed police reform legislation. The mayor signed it into law, and it's clear why, because it will help save lives. Now Republicans are violating the District of Columbia's right to self-govern. It is hypocrisy. It is cruelty. It is another demonstration of Republicans standing in the way of progress, especially when black lives are in danger. The families and friends who are robbed of loved ones at the hands of police deserve laws and policies that hold officers accountable and improve public safety. That is why I oppose this measure and urge my colleagues to vote no. Democrats, you are already on the record supporting these modest common sense reforms. Your constituents are taking note. Do not be misled by the misinformation and fear tactics on the other side of the aisle. I yield.
Thank you. How much time do we have, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 5 minutes remaining.
I'd like to yield a minute now to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Lee. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, for your leadership on this important committee and for giving us, all of us, the opportunity to express our support for the District of Columbia. I come to the floor with great pride on this, and as Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton knows, I take pride in the fact that my father, when he was a member of Congress many, many years ago from Baltimore, was the chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on the District of Columbia. He was a big supporter of home rule, which didn't exist at that time. And then, of course, we saw home rule, and we saw a mayor, and we see the District of Columbia. Now our aspiration is for statehood, has always been, but continues to be. So when we hear this debate on the floor, it's what are we talking about here? Is this become the city council of the District of Columbia that we're debating issues? That's up to the District of Columbia. What we do is respect their ability to make their own rules, whether we like them or not. So the point is that this is a sort of a gotcha kind of an amendment that I think is most unfortunate, unworthy of the debate on statehood and representation for people in the District of Columbia who fight our wars, pay our taxes, contribute to the greatness of our country, but do not have representation in the Congress of the United States and fall victim to any criticism of their individual legislation. So I urge a no vote on this and yield back.
I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady, and now we'll yield a moment to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I applaud the work of law enforcement across America. As a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, I've had the privilege of working with the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, the United States Marshals, and an array of law enforcement officers, along with the Department of Homeland Security, which we oversee as a member of the Homeland Security Committee. I am wondering what is the basis of the intrusion in D.C. home rule with my friends who thought there was nothing more important to do than to intrude on a fully comprehensive police reform bill that was supported by the chief of police and others as it relates to addressing those who have involved themselves in conduct that police officers would not support. That is the only reason that there is even an iota of opposition. But the bill tracks the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act with changes that are applicable and relevant to the people of the District of Columbia, non-offensive legislation. And I would wonder why my friends on the other side of the aisle would in fact be so against this bill when they did not help us with the Invest Protect Act, the Victim Act. They didn't help us with the assault weapons ban. I thank the gentleman. They did not help us with the assault weapons ban that we're fighting, if I may call the roll, Uvalde, Nashville, Louisville, and calls, and in Alabama, and on and on and on. My friends, I support the work of the District of Columbia and the mayor and the city council. I support their reform bill that is supported by police officers, and also I support home rule. Let us vote not to uphold the Republicans' legislation of disapproval. I thank the gentleman for his leadership. I yield back.
Reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
How much time, Mr. Speaker?
2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes. All right. Well, the gentlelady from Texas, I think, makes the essential point, which is the people of Washington and their representatives are governing in their best interests. That's the essential gamble of democracy. This is why American federalism is such a beautiful thing. The laws in Kentucky, passed by the colleagues of my friend, the chairman of our committee, the laws in California, the laws in Alaska, the laws in South Carolina, the laws in Washington, D.C. differ in certain ways. That's how federalism works. And it's a massive insult and indignity and affront to the people of Washington, D.C. to pull the rug out from beneath their comprehensive effort to develop good policing in Washington, D.C. And there are lots of states and jurisdictions with higher crime rates. There are lots with lower crime rates. That's neither here nor there. Democracy is not something you earn by virtue of the crime rate or the inflation rate or the employment rate. Democracy is something you earn by virtue of natural rights that we've recognized under our Constitution, which is why our Constitution begins with the words, "We the people." The people of Washington, D.C. don't have complete rights yet, which is why they're fighting for statehood. But the last thing we should be doing is driving them back to the worst days, which former Speaker Pelosi evoked when Congress micromanaged every little thing that took place in Washington. It's not fair to the people of Washington, and it's a waste of our time. If they think they've got a good proposal over there that will end crime in America, let's do it nationally and make it apply to everybody. But otherwise, let's agree with the people from D.C. Hands off Washington. I yield back.
Gentleman's time is expired. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The D.C. Council's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act is irresponsible. It prioritizes the leftist defund the police movement over public safety and law enforcement of our nation's capital. It's playing with the livelihoods of all who live in or visit D.C. by rolling back policing in the district. This will only embolden criminals and demoralize D.C. police officers who put their lives on the line every day. The U.S. House must swiftly exercise its constitutional responsibility to oversee the District of Columbia and reject this misguided legislation from going into effect. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to unite in support of a safe national capital city and support this necessary resolution of disapproval. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate is expired now. Pursuant to House Resolution 298, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The question, the third reading.
Joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed.
Nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Question?
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 734.
Without objection. Go ahead. Pursuant to House Resolution 298 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 734. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Franklin, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 734, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 22, H.R. 734. A bill to amend the Education Amendments of 1972 to provide that for purposes of determining compliance with Title IX of such act in athletics, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Decano, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Acts. The Democrats have gone to great lengths to call this bill extreme. The Democrats have gone to great lengths, being almost hysterical, to call this bill discriminatory. It is neither of those things. It is a one-page bill, which is rare in Congress, that strengthens existing protections for women, ensures a level playing field for female athletes, and protects women and girls from the Biden administration's radical regulatory scheme. It's quite telling when the other party attempts to tear things down without offering an alternative vision. Democrats refuse to posit a reason for allowing biological men to compete in women's sports that comports with principles of athletic competition like fairness and integrity. Democrats also refuse to address the implications of their position. If men can compete in women's sports, should they be able to take roster spots from women, rob women of hard-earned achievements? Instead, they appeal to emotion and call the other side bigots. It's such a tiring act, Mr. Chair. How about providing evidence that self-identification is rooted in biological truth? Explain that a post-adolescent male athlete has zero physical advantages over women. Democrats like to pretend they're the party of science. Where's the data? The Democrats vote against this bill. The Democrat vote against this bill, including Biden's threat to veto it, is a vote against continuing to give women and girls equal opportunity to participate and compete in athletics. We on the Republican side are grounded. We live in reality. So does the rest of America. Ask working class Americans if Muhammad Ali should have been allowed to box women in his heyday, or if Usain Bolt should have run the women's 100 meters. It's not about callousness or lack of emotion. This is about grounding a leftist ideology that's lost its collective mind back into reality. In fact, Republicans are teeming with admiration and support for the women and girls who have come so far to get much deserved recognition for their athletic achievements. The left wants to talk about erasure. Well, let's talk about how American female athletes are being erased. We are not sensationalizing this problem. It exists. Females are being hurt by it, and action must be taken to stop that. With that, I hope this debate and the eventual passage of H.R. 734 help bring sanity to women's sports, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in opposition to H.R. 734, the Politics Over Participation Act. We can all agree on the need to address the challenges facing our education system, issues like gun violence, academic achievement gaps, and the lack of mental health support for our students. These are serious challenges that demand serious action. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues have used their first 100 days in the majority to pursue, yes, a radical education agenda that prioritizes political points over student safety and success. Today, we are considering another piece of this extreme agenda, one that again targets transgender kids. School sports activities offer fundamental life lessons such as leadership, self-confidence, and teamwork that every child should be able to enjoy. As members of Congress, our responsibility is to ensure that student athletics are, above all, fair and safe. H.R. 734 does the exact opposite. It makes school sports less fair by singling out and banning transgender women and girls as young as kindergarten from participating on school sports teams with their friends. We know transgender students already face widespread bullying and discrimination. Adding to their pain by targeting their participation in school sports is both wrong and dangerous. Furthermore, contrary to my Republican colleagues' claims, H.R. 734 actually makes school sports less safe for women and girls. To enforce its ban on transgender student athletes, the bill would require all girls as young as in their preteens to, quote unquote, prove their gender. For example, under Utah's blanket ban on transgender student participation in school sports, parents of the second and third place finishers in a state-level girls' competition complained to the Utah High School Activities Association that they suspected the winner of the event was trans. Following the complaint, the school was forced to investigate the student by combing through her records by going back to kindergarten. She was, in fact, not transgender. The association has received other complaints about supposed trans competitors, sometimes with the reasoning being simply that a girl doesn't look feminine enough. Simply put, H.R. 734 does not protect women and girls. It only makes school sports less safe and less fair. There are schools, states, and sports associations that have been allowing transgender people to play equitably and consistent with their gender identity with no issues for decades. This bill doesn't address the most elite level of athletes. Yet, even at the most elite level, organizations like the International Olympic Committee have frameworks for transgender inclusion in sports, and they reject the type of categorical blanket ban Republicans are pushing for kids as young as kindergartners in schools. Congress has no business targeting transgender women and girls and imposing a nationwide ban on their participation in school sports. We need to refocus on our job in Congress to address the most pressing issues facing students and parents and ensuring that every child in America can reach their full potential. I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 734, and I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I happily yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, the sponsor of the bill.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Genesis 1:27. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. Genesis 5:1-2. When God created mankind, he made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female, and he blessed them. Jesus stated in Mark 10:6, but at the beginning of creation, God made them male and female. Also in Matthew 19:4, at the beginning, the Creator made them male and female. For thousands of years in human history, we have recognized as a species that there are women and there are men who are obviously biologically different, dare I say, even scientifically different, and even science agrees with this premise. Yet over the last several years, there has been a perversion in our culture by the enemy, and the left has completely embraced the lie to erase the lines of gender and to convince you there isn't really gender and that gender is fluid and can be whatever you want, whenever you want. Again, more lies. The left has taken gender identity so far that many on the left today cannot even define what a woman is for fear of retribution by trans activists. Even the latest Supreme Court justice appointed by President Biden could not define what a woman is during questioning, and she now sits on the highest court in the land. The radical left has adopted completely made-up terms that didn't even exist just a few short years ago, like non-binary, cisgender, trans male, trans female. You can even find that there are 74 made-up genders, 74 that you can choose from. Everything from agender to omnigender. There's even an astral gender, which is having a gender identity that feels to be related to space. I don't even know what that means. Just a few short years ago, even Democrats would say that this is ridiculous. But today, it is common speak for the radical left. And if you question these fictitious terms, they label you transphobic. Again, another leftist idiom. I have 3 dictionaries in my house. One was copyrighted in 1828, one was copyrighted in 1959, and one was copyrighted in 1988. Shockingly, nowhere in any of these dictionaries are the terms non-binary or trans man or trans woman. Even if you look on Webster today, you just Google Webster, it says that trans man and trans female are terms that were first used in 1996. During the entire history of mankind, you were either male or female until the last few years. In worship to the trans movement, the Biden administration has moved at warp speed to infiltrate every aspect of the federal government with trans speak. Most recently, just a couple weeks ago, I'm assuming in response to this bill moving to a vote, the Biden administration is looking to insert rules on Title IX to force biological men into women's sports in complete defiance of the laws this body passed over 50 years ago. Congress in 1972 created Title IX to protect women's sports, to enable women to have an equal playing field in athletics. And in worship to their trans idols, the administration wants to flip that on its head. It's insane. Title IX was created for women's sports, and now the left wants to kill it. In them giving homage to the trans movement, they are abandoning women all across the country. Parents do not want biological men in locker rooms with their daughters, nor do they believe it's equitable that a male can compete with women in female athletics. It's the whole purpose that Title IX was created to begin with. The radical left wants you to believe that this never happens, and there's only a few instances of this happening. However, the facts bear this statement as false. There's an entire website that documents examples of females who were displaced by males in women's sporting events. It includes the place she would have won had the male not been competing. There are hundreds of examples documented on shewon.org, and Concerned Women has a spreadsheet with, again, hundreds of examples where women face men in competition. In my own district in Sarasota, Florida, my constituent, Emma Wyant, an incredibly talented swimmer and Olympic medalist, lost the 2022 NCAA Women's Swimming Championships title for the 500 freestyle by 1.75 seconds to a man who formerly competed for years on the men's swimming team, who took home the title after identifying as a woman. It's a sad day in America when the Democrats have regressed so far backwards that they are willing to erase the rights that women have fought decades to obtain, all to elevate biological males to the top of women's podiums. The integrity of women's sports must be protected. H.R. 734 preserves women's sports and ensures fair competition for generations of women to come, just as Title IX originally intended. If my liberal colleagues truly believe in supporting women's rights, and as they so often tout, they will vote in favor of this bill. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand for women's free and fair opportunity in athletics and to stand for truth, not lies. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves her time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Speaker Emerita Pelosi.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for his leadership for fairness and safety in our schools and for justice in our community. I stand here today in opposition to the legislation that is on the floor and listening carefully to the maker of the motion. He references a religious context in his comments, and so will I then, following his lead. We are all God's children. We all have a spark of divinity in us and therefore are worthy of respect. And that spark of divinity that is within us insists that we respect it in others as well. So recognizing that we are all God's children, I rise in opposition to this legislation because trans kids are all God's children, belong in sports, in schools, in books, in families, and on teams. It's really important for us as leaders in our country to speak with respect for all of the people in our country. Trans kids listen and hear what we say, and we do not want to do them harm for whatever purpose on the floor of this House. The gentleman also referenced Title IX. Well, none of us were probably here when Patsy Mink very courageously passed Title IX. Many of us were here as we reauthorized it over time and fought off initiatives to weaken it, to say that supporting women in sports was taking away from men in sports. Simply not the case. But I will say that this bill is an insult to the legacy of fairness and inclusion that Patsy Mink intended and was passed by the House and the Congress when Title IX, Senator Birch Bayh in the Senate of Indiana. So I say let every child, regardless of gender identity, deserve a chance to be part of a team, to learn lessons of sportsmanship and push themselves to reach their fullest potential, and vote no against this legislation. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Representative Owens, Chairman of the Higher Education and Workforce Development Subcommittee.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When Title IX became law in 1972, it was a watershed moment for every woman in America. Title IX was a game changer for women and girls in sports to showcase their talents on the field without discrimination or prejudice. I watched with pride as my 5 daughters competed during their high school days. I feel the same pride as I watch my 12 granddaughters learn, grow, thrive, as compete and work to gain respect from their teammates through hard work and meritocracy. Unfortunately, these life-changing opportunities afforded to generations of women and girls are under assault today. We cannot sit back and watch biological males rob biological women of equal athletic opportunities. We need to stop putting feelings of boys and men above fairness and opportunities for girls and women. With this upside down of feelings over fairness, we're also stealing from our young men a major component of their self-esteem, the inborn and innate desire to respect and protect womanhood. This is why I'm proud to support the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act in 2023 to make sure women's sports are safe and fair. Allowing biological men to compete in women's sports erodes the progress of women and girls who have made in athletics and undermine our cherished American values of meritocracy, hard work, and equality. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this common sense bill and preserve the rights of all women to achieve their American dream. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill, a bill that puts politics over participation. I am deeply concerned about the increase in and apparent normalization of attacks against trans students. Contrary to what my Republican colleagues say, this legislation will diminish civil rights, discriminate against students, and dismantle relationships of trust between students and their coaches and educators. Trans rights are human rights, and denying trans students the opportunity to play on sports teams that are consistent with their gender identity sends a clear message to those students that they don't matter. If my Republican colleagues are interested in protecting women and girls, I have a long list of priorities and I'm eager to work on. Let's pass common sense gun violence prevention legislation. Let's pass legislation protecting reproductive freedom. Let's pass paid family leave and medical leave and close the gender pay gap. We should be working together to create opportunities for every student to thrive, with a focus on those who are most vulnerable, especially trans youth. I want every trans student out there to know I see you and I will never stop fighting for you. I urge my colleagues, show some humanity, stop attacking trans people, and vote no on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Bean, Chairman of the Early Childhood Elementary and Secondary Education Subcommittee.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to Chair Fox, thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, should the Jacksonville Jaguars play against a Pee-wee football team? That would be ridiculous. Should the minor league Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp play against a little league team? That would be crazy. Should men compete against women in sports? Of course not. In each example, it's just not fair. The truth is, males have a lasting and lifelong athletic advantages, most notably 36% more muscle mass, which allows for greater speed and force that cannot be erased with pharmaceuticals or hormone treatments. And sadly, every time a male takes a lane in the pool, a spot on the field, or at the starting line, a female athlete loses the opportunity to compete. Every time a male athlete is named female All-American, a female athlete loses that honor. We're in a battle for the very survival of women's sports. America, we hear you. Not everybody has gone off the deep end. Today, House Republicans will pass H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, to ban men from competing in women's sports. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves her time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in deep opposition to this bill. We should rename it the Cancel Kids Trans Hate Bill. This bill fuels a virulent hate campaign against kids who just want to play with their friends. Don't believe for a minute that this is about protecting women and girls, because if Republicans cared about that, they would not be voting against equal pay, against paid sick leave, against universal child care. The way that this bill targets children in the name of gender equality is insulting. That's why women's organizations around the country, including the Women's Sports Foundation, have denounced this bill. And in reality, it actually endangers all women and girls. Think about it. How do you enforce this ban? How do you verify a girl's, quote, reproductive anatomy? If a young girl, if your daughter doesn't look feminine enough, is she subject to an examination? This is absolutely absurd. Republicans are cruelly scapegoating children to distract you from the very fact that you don't have actual solutions that answer the American people's problems. This attack on transgender children, though, also has dire consequences. Over 75% of transgender students experience harassment or discrimination at school. 82% of transgender kids have considered suicide, and 40% have attempted suicide. These bills tell some of the most vulnerable children in our country that they do not belong. Shame on you. To trans people everywhere, I say, I see you and I will fight for you. That is why last month I introduced the Transgender Bill of Rights with 100 co-sponsors to stand up for trans kids so that you can lead your full lives as your authentic selves. Mr. Chairman, I am the proud mother of a trans daughter. And when she came out to me, I unconditionally embraced her because I unconditionally love her. And if you don't understand what's going on with these kids, that's okay. I've learned so much from my daughter. Let's learn together. But don't use our kids as punching bags and put them in danger. When Republican Governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, vetoed a similar sports ban, he said this: "I always try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. I don't understand what they are going through or why they feel the way they do, but I want them to live. I want them to live." So to my colleagues, I say, stop targeting our children, let them play, let them live, vote no on this hateful bill. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Miller, Vice Chair of the Education and Workforce Committee.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today in support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which ensures fairness and safety in girls' athletics. Our daughters' opportunities to compete in athletics and their safety at school have been threatened by the radical left's disturbing trend of allowing biological men to compete with them and use the girls' locker room. Earlier this month, the world watched in horror as left-wing rioters attacked a young woman named Riley Gaines and held her kidnapped against her will simply because she was speaking out to defend girls' sports. This week, the House will stand with Riley and all young women and girls who deserve the full protection of Title IX. The Biden administration has been clear. They want men competing against our daughters, and they want to force schools to allow biological men to change and shower with our daughters in the girls' locker rooms. This is wrong. Proverbs 31:8, it reminds us that we must speak up with those who cannot speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves and defend the rights of those in need. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act and stand up for the rights and the safety of our daughters. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, before I introduce my speaker, while girls' participation in sport has increased 1,000% since Title IX, their participation numbers still have not reached that of boys 50 years ago. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last month on the Education Committee, we toiled until the early hours of the morning, marking up our very first 2 bills of the new Congress, one of which is the subject of our debate today, H.R. 734. Regrettably, neither of the bills address the issues most pressing to students and teachers: murder by gun violence. 42 incidents of gun violence on school grounds this year alone, 17 deaths and 32 injuries. Every day, 22 children are shot and 5 die. And with all due respect, I missed the part of the Bible that said that people have a right to own a gun at the expense of our children's ability to live and go to school safely. So let's be clear. This is not an effort to address the long-standing barriers all girls and women have faced in their pursuit of athletics. Leading women's sports organizations and gender justice organizations support transgender inclusion. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this hateful bill.
North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Moran, member of the Education and the Workforce Committee.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Congressman Greg Steube of Florida for introducing this important piece of legislation and Chairwoman Fox for managing this afternoon's floor debate. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023 will safeguard the ability for female athletes to participate freely in an athletic space that for decades has been specifically carved out for these athletes to compete fairly. When biological males infiltrate these spaces, opportunities are taken away from these biological females. Earlier this month, the Biden administration proposed a new Title IX rule prohibiting public schools from banning transgender male athletes from competing in sporting events with girls and women and eliminating the state's policies that promote integrity in sports. The Biden administration is attempting to change the playing field, but there is nothing equal or level about allowing biological men to compete in women's and girls' sports. Coaches in East Texas that I represent understand the biological differences between men and women, and they understand that there is nothing equal about allowing men to compete in women's sports. This legislation will ensure that schools who receive federal funding can still protect biological women and girls' right to freely and fairly participate in sports. As a father of 2 boys and 2 girls, this is important to me. This will safeguard and uphold the integrity of women's sports and the true intention of Title IX, and I am proud to stand here on the House floor today in support of this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, the chair of the Equality Caucus, Mr. Pocan.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's face it, most people in the United States don't know someone who is transgender, and that can lead to fear of the unknown. And some less scrupulous politicians feed that fear and are willing to bully people, even kids, to lift themselves. They'll tell you all sorts of distortions to manipulate you if it benefits them. So they argue that there's a national problem if trans girls participate in school sports. That's a lie. They don't care if it hurts kids, trans kids in this case, who already face huge rates of bullying just for being different. They want to play with their friends and learn the values sports offer. But these politicians don't care. All they care about is building their political brand and uplifting their fundraising. How do I know they really don't care about girls and women in sports? Does anything in this bill address the severe inequities between men's and women's sports? Not one word. In fact, most women's sporting groups oppose the bill. And if it's about keeping kids safe, well, if it was, then we would be doing something about keeping guns out of school. Crickets on that. Well, fortunately, not all Republicans agree. The Republican governor of Utah vetoed similar legislation highlighting the daily challenges trans kids already go through, from bullying to suicide. He shared how many trans kids play school sports in his state. 4 trans youth, only 1 a girl. There's your raging national problem. What's the Republicans' response to this non-existent issue? Hurt kids for being kids by banning them from playing in school sports, and even being as extreme as saying all female athletes as young in their preteen years could be subject to personal bodily inspection by adults to prove that they're a girl. Look, I know not everyone may understand this or may not know someone who's transgender, but just because you don't understand something isn't a good enough reason to outright ban kids from school sports. We may not be able to stop unscrupulous politicians overnight, but we can stop bad legislation from hurting good kids. I yield back.
The gentleman's no longer recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Representative Rose.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, today I rise as a Christian, a husband, and a father in support of H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, a bill that I am proud to co-sponsor. Tennessee is well known for its iconic and legendary women's basketball program, the Lady Volunteers. Thankfully, our state has taken action to protect the Lady Vols from ever being threatened to have to compete against biological males. Whether it's for scholarships or national championships, biological males ought to compete against biological males, and biological females ought to compete against biological females. Most Tennesseans consider this to be common sense. That's why I'm very thankful the House is considering the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act today, and I am extremely proud to support its passage, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire how much time remains on each side?
Gentleman from California has 17 and a half minutes. North Carolina has 14.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this bill, which should be entitled Banning Kids from School Sports Act. No group of kids should be banned from school sports, period. We all know what school sports are about. It's about teamwork, determination, physical well-being. The federal government doesn't belong in our classrooms, in the locker rooms of these kids, or between these children and their parents. There's this creepy idea, I guess this bill is going to require genital inspections of children. I mean, this is outrageous. There was an invocation of some liturgy just a few moments ago saying children are the creations of God. All children are the creations of God. It's not up to you to decide which children don't belong. These are all God's children. And don't accept this phony claim that this is about the safety of kids. In fact, we know otherwise. A very conservative advocacy group that came up with this idea, the president said, and I quote, "We knew we needed to find an issue that the candidates were comfortable talking about, and we threw everything at the wall." And they came up with this campaign against trans kids, a sinister political operation to use these kids to advance their success in politics. It's wrong. All kids belong playing in sports, to play with their friends, to enjoy their childhood. There are more than 450 anti-trans bills being introduced all across this country. It's terrible. These children matter. We see them, we value them, and we have to respect them. And actually, trans kids belong and deserve to participate in every other school activity. And if you really care about the well-being of kids, let me remind you, the leading cause of death in this country is gun violence. And yet our Republican colleagues will not do anything to protect children from being slaughtered in their schools, the leading cause of death in this country. And instead, we're going to spend time debating a bill to insert the federal government into elementary schools and middle schools to prevent all children from participating in sports. What a terrible idea. Shame on you. This is a disgrace. And vote no on this hideous piece of legislation.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Representative Williams, member of the Education and Workforce Committee.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Within just a few years, our nation will task the first women with the awesome responsibility of commanding our nuclear submarines. These submarines will serve on the front lines of any future global conflict, and they are among the most feared and powerful weapons in the world. Women who will command these boats will lead many of the finest sailors our nation has ever seen. In nearly every case, these women's path to this extraordinary responsibility and this extraordinary call to leadership began with and traveled through their competitiveness in sports. Leadership, excellence, teamwork, inspiration, and sacrifice are all learned and earned on the sports field. They are champions. They are scholars, and they are warriors. I rise in support of H.R. 734 in celebration of the dramatic impact that women's competitive sports has brought to our nation and is now adding to the defense of our nation. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 734, the so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. I say so-called because there's really nothing in this bill to protect women and girls in sports. It's telling that every amendment submitted by a Democrat to actually strengthen protections, such as addressing unequal funding, was ruled out as not germane by Republicans. There are many real issues facing our nation's women's and girls' sports teams, including disproportionate funding and resources compared to their male counterparts. But transgender athletes are not one of them. Every sports federation supports transgender athletes competing on an equal basis, seeing no inherent advantage in sports competition for transgender athletes. Transgender young people experience increased incidences of bullying, rejection, and discrimination, and nearly half of trans women and girls report seriously considering suicide in the past year. Why would we consider this hateful legislation that aims to isolate an already vulnerable group of children further? I'm proud to have been the first member of Congress to speak out in support of transgender rights on the House floor. I do not support traumatizing young children by subjecting them to intrusive genital inspections. I am proud to urge my colleagues to oppose this hateful bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative McLean, member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, and Secretary of the Republican Conference.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today enraged that we are debating a bill to protect women and girls in sports. And I'm not enraged, not because I disagree with the legislation. In fact, I fully support the legislation. But I am enraged that we have reached a point in this country where we have to talk about a bill to protect women and women's sports is even necessary. When Congress passed Title IX in this very chamber a half a century ago, I thought it was supposed to be a victory for women across a victory for women across the United States. At what point did we throw it away and make it meaningless? Do we not care about women? Did we forget about the women and the young girls? Listen, as a wife, as a mother, as a female athlete, and as a coach of female athletes, I take offense to this. Because now, 50 years later, we are in the same chamber debating the merits of protecting women's sports once again. The left's hypocrisy on this issue has resulted in women being demolished in competitions, physically brutalized going up against stronger opponents. They are losing individual games, state championships, and NCAA championships to biological males that have decided to become a woman. And that is their right. But what about the women's rights? What about the rights of the young girls? Do they not have any rights anymore? And let's be clear about something. My Democratic colleagues can see what's going on and what's happening, and I believe that they know that this is wrong as well. That's why they hide behind it and don't deal with the real issue. And because of that reason, I am enraged today that we are debating this bill should not require any debate at all. Thank you.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Dr. Maya Angelou once said, "When people show you who they are, believe them the first time." Well, House Republicans have shown us over and over again who they are, and it's time we believe them. They've introduced a national abortion ban, they oppose paid family leave, they've blocked the ERA, they've fought against universal child care, and now they're using the false guise of protecting women to blatantly discriminate against the trans community and threaten the privacy of all women and girls. House Republicans make trans kids' participation in sports seem sinister and conniving, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Trans kids are kids. They should be able to live full lives with unlimited opportunities, including playing sports. And despite what some of my colleagues have falsely claimed, trans girls and women do not have an overwhelming physical advantage compared to others. Just like all athletes, sometimes trans athletes win and sometimes they lose. But we know this isn't about facts. This is about discrimination and scoring political points. So to my colleagues who haven't been exposed to the LGBTQ+ community or met someone who's trans or may not understand all of the different terms, you still know this is wrong. You know it's wrong to isolate and stigmatize and shame kids. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Good, Chairman of the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions Subcommittee.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. In 2022, UVA swimmer and Olympic medalist Emma Wyant was the fastest woman in the NCAA Division I women's 500-yard freestyle race. Unfortunately, she was awarded second place. That's because Leah Thomas, a man who was allowed to swim against her and beat her for the national championship trophy. Leah Thomas, whose given name at birth is William Thomas, ranked 65th among men in the 500-yard men's freestyle. However, he could beat all the biological women. And a female student athlete at nearby Virginia Tech lost her opportunity to compete in the finals because a man took her place. Sadly, Rika Georgi was one spot away from reaching her lifelong dream and qualifying for the championship finals. Rika did not blame Leah Thomas, but she did write a letter to the NCAA that said, quote, "This is my last college meet, and I feel frustrated. The final spot was taken away from me because of the NCAA's decision to let someone who is not a biological female compete. You could say I had the opportunity to swim faster and make the top 16, but I can't help but be angry. This is the result of the NCAA and their lack of interest in protecting their athletes," end quote. The NCAA pretends to provide fairness by allowing men to compete as women against true women if they just complete 1 year of testosterone suppression. Common sense and science tell us that no amount of testosterone suppression can undo biology. We are all created immutably male or female, and every one of our trillion or so cells is either male or female. In fact, the University of Nebraska exercise science professor, Dr. Gregory Brown, has published a study that shows that the athletic advantage of men exists even before puberty and persists even with testosterone suppression. Men have a 40, can I get 30 seconds?
I'll give the gentleman 30 seconds.
Men have a 40 to 50% greater muscle mass than women, but on average, testosterone suppression only results in a 5% reduction. The left wants to rob talented women and girls of opportunities to succeed and achieve their dreams in the swimming pool, on the court, and on the field because they can't or won't define what a woman is. The American people know this is wrong, and I'm proud to vote yes for this bill to protect women and girls in sports, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman for yielding time. Now, I rise today in anger and strong opposition to this bill. Now, I know how painful life can be as an openly gay person, but that pales in comparison to what transgender people and Americans face every day. Now, our voters sent us here to address our country's biggest challenges. But instead of taking that responsibility seriously, House Republicans are choosing to bully and belittle trans children. This is about attacking a small group of children, and it's shameful. These people don't give a damn about women or girls. If they did, we'd be talking about the very real problems of pay equity and ensuring sports are safe from sexual harassment and abuse. But instead, they're peddling open bigotry and this disgusting BS culture war right here from the House floor. Why are Republicans so obsessed with attacking trans youth and children? We need answers. And to the trans and non-binary youth that are watching this, I am so sorry that your government is failing you today. We will never stop fighting to defend your dignity and your humanity. We love you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. A gentleman from from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to a true hero here in the House of Representatives, the gentleman from Florida, Representative Mast.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I rise in support of protecting women and girls in sports. And protect them from what? Protect them from this very simply. Cheating. It's cheating. This is why we love sports so much, is because of the fairness element of it. It's why we don't allow deflated footballs, or why we don't allow corked bats or Vaseline on a baseball, or the list goes on and on. It's why we have referees and umpires and line judges, because we want it to be fair. That's one of the great things about sports. And if we're going to allow men into women's sports, why have any laws or rules about doping or steroids whatsoever? Why should any sports regulate doping or steroids if you're going to let women into sports? It makes no sense at all. I'd beg that question. Anybody have an answer? I don't hear an answer. I'll beg this other last question for a moment while I have a minute. We're not talking about real women competing in women's sports. We're talking about real boys, real men competing in women's sports. I'll leave it at that. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record the following letters from PFLAG, a consortium of women and girls' rights organizations, and 40 professional athletes, all in opposition to H.R. 734.
The gentleman's request is covered by general relief.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind my colleagues on the other side that trans people do exist. To deny their existence is to also deny their humanity, and this is a terrible thing. I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I called a 12-year-old in my district who is worried about their future as a non-binary kid in this country. They should be playing and learning and not writing to their Congress member desperate to not lose their right to exist. These are the priorities of the Republican majority. Not addressing gun violence, rising rent, or medical bills, but violating the privacy of children. And I'm glad I get previews. I get like special previews of what this Republican majority is going to try to do in this body, because they're simply taking bills that are being passed in Florida and across the South, horrible bills, and trying to get them passed up here. This isn't about a problem that needs a solution, but about politicians looking for a target. We want freedom and liberty for all of our people, and they want the government to be in children's pants. Disgusting. History will not look kindly on this. Trans people will continue to fight for equity. We will be right by their side, and we will win. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Representative Hageman.
Thank you. I'll start by stating the obvious fact that it seems astonishing to even have to state. Men and women are biologically different, and just by a boy calling himself a girl, it doesn't make it so. It's amazing but telling that the same people who scolded us about following the science during COVID have attempted to do anything but follow actual science when it comes to men and boys in women's sports. Boys shouldn't be dunking on girls during a high school basketball game or hitting home runs in a girls' softball game. No sane person can argue that men and women do not have different physical characteristics, strength, and speed. There is a reason why girls and boys have different sports teams. I played sports in high school, and I'm sure glad that we weren't as lost as a society as what we seem to be today. What has gone so horribly wrong in our society, where those of us who are not okay with our daughters and granddaughters sharing a locker room or a bathroom with boys, we are the ones that are considered to be crazy by the liberal elites, sports leagues, and woke corporations. Thank you.
The lady yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Mexico, Ms. Stansberry.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand with our trans kids and their freedom to be who they are. To all of our trans and LGBTQ kids who are watching today, let me just say that we see you, that we love you, and that you belong. Now let's be clear about what this bill actually is. It's about legislating hate in the name of advancing a political agenda. Now, our colleagues are trying to claim that they're out here defending the rights of women as they are waging a campaign to take away our reproductive freedoms, to ban books, and now to bully our kids. It's disgusting. I'm proud to be a New Mexican, and I'm proud to be from a state that is defending the rights of our children, of our LGBTQ plus community, and our reproductive rights. Because in New Mexico, we stand with trans kids, and we stand in the fiercest opposition to
Gentleman
this
from
bill.
California reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Last year, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Title IX, which has made incredible progress for women in this country, opening doors for countless women and girls. Thanks to Title IX, women have been afforded incredible opportunities in sports. I have seen this firsthand in my daughter, who is an aspiring college volleyball player, as well as through the growth of women's professional sports across this country, including women's hockey. It is outrageous that we even have to consider legislation like this today, but unfortunately, Democrats are seeking to weaken Title IX. President Biden and Democrats across this nation are pushing for radical policies that will jeopardize the progress that has been made over 50 years. These policies ignore the biological differences between men and women. They will force female athletes to compete against biological males in high school and collegiate sports. They will jeopardize years of hard work put in by female athletes, like my daughter, and disincentivize their future participation. In short, they will erase women from athletics. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act will protect and strengthen Title IX and will ensure that women and girls have the level playing field they deserve. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent, an article from The Advocate entitled, quote, Judge blocks Utah trans sports ban while probe of athlete emerges, end quote, from August 2022.
The gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove.
The gentleman and woman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to strongly oppose this attack on trans women and girls, known as the Republicans' Politics Over Participation Act. Americans are concerned about gun violence, paying rent, climate change, and reproductive rights. But Republicans are once again stoking culture fires, putting lives at risk, ignoring everyday kitchen table issues, and searching for votes rather than solutions. This legislation would make it a violation of Title IX for federally funded institutions to allow trans women and girls to play sports, potentially setting gender equity back decades and undermining the true purpose of Title IX. This bill is so vaguely written that it would subject every single girl to undergo a medical evaluation to prove their femaleness. Did I wake up? Are we in Iran? Is this what we want to subject our girls to? This bill is assaultive and dehumanizing and is tantamount to rape. To its core, this bill is issue deflecting, cloaked in misogyny, and it is a true disgrace, not to mention sexist, because I don't think you would do this to a man and ask them to prove their maleness. This is sick. Vote no on this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Representative Tenney.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I'm a female athlete. Many, many years ago, didn't have access to Title IX like women do today. I was a competitive basketball player, equestrian, and yes, the 1975 teenage curling champion from Utica, New York. Some of these sports are sports where women and men can compete equally and some are not. I recently attended an event with Riley Gaines, the brave young woman who's standing up for women against the NCAA's unfairness in the women's swimming championship. Riley Gaines tied for first with a biological male and was denied the ability to get her trophy. In fact, they sent it to her in the mail. She couldn't stand on the podium because she was told by an NCAA official that they needed a photo op to put the biological male in that place. And that person had competed as a male for 3 years unsuccessfully before coming in and reaching the top of the women's championships. She was, unfortunately, Riley did not get to have that title. She did not get to sit on the podium. Today, the House Republicans are standing up for Riley and women like her. This type of unfair competition weakens Title IX protections. I hope that we will all join in and protect women's sports, especially we've worked so hard as women to gain these rights for the women, our grandchildren, and our children of tomorrow. Thank you so much for the sponsor, Mr. Stubbe, and to Dr. Fox for putting this bill on the floor and
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Advocacy. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in opposition to this bill. I hate bullies. This bill is about bullying children. Children struggle with identity, gender and otherwise. As a parent, I need all the other adults, teachers, coaches, and lawmakers to help me and my wife protect our children, to support them, to give them a sense of purpose and belonging. This is the opposite of that. You're picking on children. Your government has become so intrusive in our lives. You're in our doctor's offices banning reproductive freedom. You're in our classrooms banning books and what teachers can and can't say, and now you're in my daughter's locker room requiring physical exams of children. It is so profoundly disgusting and inappropriate, and it's un-American. Don't tread on us. Let us be. We have an economy to fix, a public safety crisis to address, a border to secure, a budget to balance, roads to pave, bridges to build. Focus. Stop bullying children. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve.
Reserves. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters from the Human Rights Campaign and the athletes' ad.
The gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And still I rise with but 30 seconds to take a position. It is impossible in the time allotted to give a proper recitation. I can but say this: I don't believe that this is the place for this decision to be made, regardless as to what your position is. I stand against the legislation because I don't think it ought to be before the House of Representatives. And I yield back the balance of my 30 seconds.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to briefly discuss the proposed regulation the Department of Education recently issued on this topic. Frankly, either you believe women's access to athletic opportunities should be protected or you don't. Either you believe fairness and safety in women's athletics should be protected or you don't. The Department of Education clearly doesn't believe in those things. If it did, it wouldn't have proposed a rule that will upend the laws 20 states have on the books protecting women's sports. More shockingly, the department's rule provides no meaningful guidelines as to what will be an acceptable level of protection for female athletes. That decision will apparently be made on a case-by-case basis by Secretary of Education Cardona. Democrats apparently believe one man should get to decide whether or not women athletes are guaranteed equal access, fairness, and safety. Once upon a time, Democrats would have recognized the cruel irony of that. Unfortunately, that day is long gone. Fortunately, Republicans haven't lost sight of our obligation, and that's why we'll pass this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from California has 8 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in solidarity with our children across the nation. I want to speak plainly to our trans kids. You belong. You are enough. You deserve to show up fully in this world. You deserve joy and every single opportunity. You are perfect just as you are. In the classroom and on the soccer field, you should not be subject to discrimination. You should be able to just be a kid. I will always be in your corner. To anyone who supports this cruel bill, shame on you. You want to advance policy on behalf of our kids? This isn't it. Ban assault weapons so they can live to the last school bell.
Gentlelady's time
Get
has
off
expired.
your soapbox and stop politicking with our kids' lives.
Members are reminded to
reserve,
address the
Mr.
remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California reserves.
That got close.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'll reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to admit into the record letters from the ACLU, the Leadership Conference of Civil and Human Rights, and GLSEN, all in opposition to H.R. 734.
That request is covered under general leave. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Listen, I'm from Boston. We want to talk about sports. I'm all in. If we want to talk about equality for women and girls, if we want to talk about Title IX and ensuring fairness in sports, sign me up. And as far as kids and sports go, as a mom of 3, I can't tell you how many hours I have spent cheering on my kids. It's lacrosse, basketball, baseball. It has been soccer, rugby, cross country, track. We have seen in my family championship teams through T-ball teams where our entire goal was to just get the outfield to stop digging for worms. But all of this is about kids and their experience, about learning, growing, forming friendships, knowing what it means to work hard, to practice, to see results, to be a team. So I was very interested when this bill was filed, to see what it was. What was the problem that the NCAA, that in Massachusetts and across this country, the Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association and its counterparts around the country, what the Olympics, the International Track and Field Association, what they were missing. And I read this bill, and what they're missing is nothing. This is not a problem in our communities, on our sports field, for our children. And I think it was articulated so well by the Republican governor of Utah when he pointed out numbers that were important to his decision to veto a similar bill. That 75,000 kids played high school sports in his state. Just 4 of them are trans kids. 1 of them plays girls' sports. And 86% of our trans youth will have suicidal ideation, and 56% will attempt suicide. What are we doing here? What are we doing here as members of Congress? Whereas the governor said we are expending so much fear and division on so few, on kids. Think about what we are doing as members of the United States House of Representatives. I keep thinking about the mom who told me about her rural community where her concern was the grief because they were losing their children, losing them because there wasn't economic opportunity for them in their hometown, and losing them because they were dying of opioid overdoses.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I have 10 seconds.
I yield an additional 10 seconds.
The gentlelady's recognized.
So let's think about this. We need to be working on the issues that matter to families and kids, and to make these children responsible for all of that, to hold them, to incite fear and discrimination and hatred. You should hang your heads in shame.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized. Gentleman from California, or is reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire as to how much time remains on each side?
Gentleman has 4 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the record a statement by the National Parents Union in opposition to H.R. 734.
That request is covered under general leave.
Mr. Chairman, I, at this moment, yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the full Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill is a mean-spirited attack on transgender women and girls' participation in sports. It essentially requires women and girls to prove their gender. In Kansas, where a similar bill was passed, students could be forced to have invasive inspections of their body parts. The bottom line is that we should let parents, doctors, and sports organizations do their jobs to protect student athletes. For example, the NCAA supports a sport-by-sport approach to transgender students' participation, and high school leagues are also dealing with the issue. We should focus our time on ensuring that children in America reach their full potential through high-quality public education. So I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 734 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve, Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman.
from California reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I will reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Ballant.
The gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in the strongest opposition to H.R. 734. This is one of the most powerful bodies in our nation. We should be using our influence and our power for good. We should be alleviating the suffering of our constituents and not fanning the flames of fear and enabling discrimination. You know, what upsets me the most about this bill is that it is devoid of compassion for the kids who just want to live their lives. I was honored yesterday to meet with Rebecca Briesehoff. This wonderful 16-year-old girl spoke about the incredibly positive impact sports and community has in her young life. To Rebecca and trans kids everywhere, there are allies in Congress who care deeply about you, and we will continue to fight for your rights. We should not be choosing to use the power of this institution to attack young kids who just want to live their lives. I urge my colleagues to vote for the motion to recommit so that I can offer an amendment to protect student athletes' sexual privacy and keep schools accountable when sexual abuse occurs. I ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment.
The gentlelady is no longer recognized.
Mr.
The request
Chairman,
is covered under general
Mr. Chairman,
leave.
the gentlelady made a motion.
I'm sorry, anyways. The request is covered under general leave.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve, and I'm ready to close whenever the gentleman from California is ready to close.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more speaker. I would now like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I too had the opportunity yesterday to engage with Rebecca and her mother, and I want to just point to a stark reality. 53% of trans kids considered suicide last year. And I'm glad that the governor of Utah, in a very lengthy letter, said, I want them to live. But what Rebecca said is she loves playing sports. She gets to know people and they know her. And she said the talk that we're doing on the floor of the House is scary. It puts trans children in corners. They don't know who likes them or not, or who wants to do harm to them. This is a meaningless bill. The Olympics has addressed the question. The NCAA has addressed the question. When will we realize that we have the right to freedom of religion? We have a right to our beliefs. And in that, we have no right to undermine and threaten the lives of trans children. I stand in opposition to this mean-spirited legislation because I'm a woman of faith, and I believe in the humanity of all children. Stop the gun violence, stop the killing, and maybe we could get the job done by banning an assault weapon. I stand with these children because they are human beings, part of humanity. Thank you so very much. Vote against this bill.
The gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fundamentally, the difference between the two sides is that my friends on the other side of the aisle do not recognize trans people as human beings. They do not even recognize the validity of trans. That is a terrible error, and it is wrong, and it does not grant trans people humanity. A subsequent corollary to this stance is that they don't believe that trans people are who they are, that somehow it's a choice. I'm going to tell you that this debate itself has been traumatizing. I can remember when I was a teenager when debate in California was occurring over the Briggs Initiative, which would have banned LGBT teachers from teaching. One Republican governor, then Ronald Reagan, at the last minute opposed the initiative, and to me that meant a lot. It means a lot to me that Spencer Cox of Utah recognizes that trans kids exist and that we should protect them. This bill is horrible. All should stand opposed to it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've already spoken to the absurdity of this debate, but let me conclude by clarifying what this bill does and does not do by reading the relevant two paragraphs of this bill. It's 1 page long. Section 901 of the Education Amendments of 1972 is amended by adding at the end of the following: it shall be a violation of subsection A for a recipient of federal financial assistance who operates, sponsors, or facilitates athletic programs or activities to permit a person whose sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activities designed for women or girls. For the purposes of this subsection, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. All of these ridiculous things that we've been accused of are not in this bill. This bill does not discriminate against anyone. It does not exhibit any hate toward anyone. What it does is prohibit federal funding to institutions that, and I quote, permit a person whose sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that's designated for women or girls. The reason for this is simple. Men have certain physiological advantages over women, such as more size and speed, and because of that, allowing biological males to compete against women and girls robs females of equal athletic opportunities and fair playing fields. H.R. 734 restores the integrity and fairness of women's sports. Mr. Chairman, Republicans, contrary to what our colleagues have said and accused us of, Republicans love all God's children, male and female, born and unborn. Do not question our commitment to fairness, to life, or to treating people equally. We hate no one. As my colleagues have pointed out, it is ridiculous that we've had to stand here today to defend the rights of women and girls to participate in sports against other women and girls, and they not being taken advantage of by biological males. I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to do what is best for America's women and girls and support this important bill. I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired.
I have unanimous consent request.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement of administration policy from the administration.
The request is covered by general leave. For what purpose is the gentlelady from North Carolina seeking this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had consideration H.R. 734, directs me to report that has come to no resolution thereon.
Chair of the committee, of the whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 734 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the Speaker is recognized.
The American people have elected a divided government. And our government is designed to find compromise. That's why the House, the Senate, and the White House should be negotiating a responsible debt limit increase right now. You know, if you gave your child a credit card and they kept maxing it out to the limit, you wouldn't blindly just raise the limit. You'd change their behavior. That exact same thing is true with our national debt. We need to lower inflation, reduce our dependence on China, and lift Americans out of poverty. America has a $31 trillion debt, and Washington is on the clock. But what are Democrats doing? President Biden is skipping town to deliver a speech in Maryland rather than sitting down to address the debt ceiling. He's giving America's debt the southern border treatment. Ignore it and hope that it goes away. In fact, he's been avoiding the issue for 77 straight days and counting. Now, Senator Schumer, he's just missing in action. Rather than find common ground with the House, Senator Schumer is having the Senate vote on a non-binding resolution commending and congratulating the University of Connecticut men's basketball team for winning the 2023 men's basketball championship. Now, that's not all Senator Schumer's been doing. Just last month, he's approved March as Maine's Maple Syrup Month. Talk about taking on big issues. I wonder what May's month will be about. When President Biden and Senate Democrats waste time, House Republicans are taking action. Today, I'm proud to announce that we are introducing the Limit, Save, Grow Act of 2023. This responsible legislation will be led by our Budget Chairman, Jody Arrington. Would responsibly raise the debt limit into next year and provide more than $4.5 trillion in savings to the American taxpayer. Now, here's how we do it. First, we limit government spending. Our plan would return discretionary spending to pre-inflationary fiscal year 2022 levels, and then limit the growth of spending to 1% per year. Now, these are the same levels we had just 4 months ago. I didn't hear, Mr. Speaker, a single Democrat complain about that level of spending. These spending limits are not draconian, they're responsible. Federal spending exploded in the past 2 years when Democrats controlled all, and that doesn't include the trillions of COVID-era spending. But limited government spending will reduce inflation and restore fiscal discipline in Washington. If Washington wants to spend more, it will have to come together, find savings elsewhere, just like every single household in America. Now, second, we're going to save taxpayers money. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic is over. House Republicans have already passed a bill to officially end the pandemic. And President Biden signed it into law just last week. Our bill would actually claw back billions of dollars of unspent COVID money that has sat for the last 2 years. The American people are tired of politicians who use COVID as an excuse for more extreme inflationary spending. Now, if this money was authorized to fight the pandemic but was not spent during the pandemic, it should not be spent after the pandemic is over. Our proposals also repeal Biden's army of 87,000 IRS agents. Now, that will save taxpayers $70 billion, and it's going to protect the families and the small businesses from weaponizing the IRS. It will end the green giveaways for companies that distort the market and waste taxpayers' money. Now, Goldman Sachs just did an analysis, and they say the savings from ending these green giveaways are as much as $1.2 trillion. And we would prohibit President Biden's student loan giveaway for the wealthy. That will protect the 87% of adults without student loans for paying the loans of the 13% who do. And finally, we will grow the economy so we are less dependent on China. Our proposal would restore American energy leadership, make it easier to build things in America, make us less dependent on China, and bring jobs back to America. It will also help lift millions of Americans out of poverty. Right now, there are more job openings than people looking for work, in part because the Biden administration has weakened some of the very work requirements that then Senator Joe Biden previously supported. Our plan ensures adults without dependents earn a paycheck and learn new skills. By restoring these common sense measures, we can help more Americans earn a paycheck, learn new skills, reduce childhood poverty, and rebuild the workforce. It will also protect and preserve Medicare and Social Security because more people will be paying into it. And we will prevent President Biden's executive overreach to spend money outside the normal process, which President Biden has abused to the tune of $1.5 trillion in unilateral executive actions. You know, we should welcome and celebrate the benefits of a strong, growing economy. For with a strong, growing economy, we'll no longer be dependent upon China. We will no longer be the victims to inflation. And we can leave a better future for our kids and our grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are taking action to lift the debt limit, to limit government spending, save taxpayers money, and grow the economy. President Biden and Senator Schumer have no right to play politics with the debt calling. Their extreme positions risk provoking the very crisis they claim to want to avoid. They need to sit down, negotiate, and address this crisis. Now that we've introduced a clear plan for a responsible debt limit increase, they have no more excuse and refuse to negotiate. I think the Senate can honor maple syrup and basketball teams and negotiate on a debt ceiling at the same time. We owe it to the American people to use this moment in history to deliver the future they want, need, and deserve. House Republicans have a plan. The Senate does not. And the President is ignoring the debt crisis. President Biden has a choice. Come to the table and stop playing partisan political games. Or cover his ears, refuse to negotiate, and risk bumbling his way into the first default in our nation's history. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this plan to get our nation back on track. So yes, we then can curb inflation, end our dependency on China, and strengthen and protect Social Security and Medicare. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess Subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of House Joint Resolution 42 and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1149. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of House Joint Resolution 42, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Calendar Number 12, House Joint Resolution 42, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council in approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. vote. The yeas are 229, the nays are 189. The bill is passed. The joint resolution is passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business and the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1149 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1149, a bill to establish certain reporting and other requirements relating to telecommunications equipment and services produced or provided by certain entities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 410, the nays are 8, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. The House will be in order. House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the gentleman will suspend. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a point of personal privilege, I want to wish my daughter, Juliana Elena, a very happy first birthday today, April 19th. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the success of some of our athletes and schools across New York's 17th District. Earlier this month was Student Athlete Day, a date on which we celebrate the achievements of the young men and women competing in interscholastic sporting events across our country. It has been a great winter season for our Hudson Valley athletes, and I'd like to take a moment to congratulate some of these teams and individuals. Congratulations to Section 1 boys basketball champions, the Tappan Zee High School, as well as the boys swimming champions, Horace Greeley High School. Congratulations also to Carly Sardo from Tappan Zee High School, who was this season's floor champion in gymnastics, and Danny Modup from North Rockland High School, who won the girls' 55-meter hurdles in indoor track and field. Our athletes should all be commended for their hard work during this season and throughout the year. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to denounce
the MAGA Republicans' failure to support Americans. They want to remove an FDA-approved medication and control women's rights to their own health care choices. They deny the freedom of speech and the freedom of assembly to minority elected officials. And they support putting guns in the hands with people with severe mental issues. Thankfully, the Democrats put people over politics and address the country's real issues. We are lowering inflation and protecting the right to vote. We have created 12.6 million new jobs for hardworking Americans in the last few years. We are lowering prescription drugs to help Americans' seniors. And we are fixing highways and bridges nationwide to help Americans travel. Clearly, we are the party that cares about America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the veterans of Potter, McKean, and Warren counties who flew to Washington, D.C. on Saturday, April 15th as part of the Buffalo Niagara Honor Flight. The Buffalo Niagara Honor Flight is part of the National Honor Flight Network, which, quote, recognizes United States veterans for their sacrifices and their achievements by flying them to Washington to see the memorials at no cost to the veteran, end quotes. Honor flights prioritize World War II veterans, Korean War and Vietnam veterans, and veterans with medical issues requiring special attention. Honor Flight Guardians fly with each veteran on every flight, helping them have a safe, memorable, and rewarding experience. In patriotic spirit, Bradford Area High School welcomed participating veterans for a lunch, celebration, and community escort on Friday before the flight. This month, the following veterans from Potter, McKean, and Warren counties made the flight: Ronald Bosworth, Richard Dugan, Robert Langfit, and Donald Shen, all of whom served bravely in the Vietnam War. We honor and thank these brave men and women for their service to our country and the communities that they call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about freedom. And in the context of the Supreme Court's decision to extend their decision-making time frame as to whether or not this country is going to ban a pill that's been approved by the FDA for over 20 years. This is a safe pill, and it is about reproductive freedom. And make no mistake, it's also about control. This is about stripping Americans of their freedom, reproductive freedom, and I think immediately to my own 13-year-old daughter and her freedoms. We need everyone in this body to object to this national ban and to come together to restore freedom to millions of girls and women across America. This is a defining moment in our country. Expired. We need a majority of us to stand on the side of freedom. I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 194th birthday of the best beer in the world, Yuengling, whose birthday was yesterday, April 18th. Yuengling is the oldest and most iconic brewery in America. Founded in 1829 by David Yuengling, this family-owned business has been producing quality beer for almost 2 centuries and 6 generations while employing thousands of Pennsylvanians along the way. From its humble beginnings as a small brewery in Pottsville, it remains in Pottsville and is now a large brewery, serving millions who enjoy it across the country. Yuengling's rich history has survived through Civil War, 2 World Wars, Prohibition, the Great Depression, and recessions. In the words of its owner, Dick Yingling, a friend of mine, the brewery is a survivor. And just recently, I met with the sixth generation Jen Yingling, who gave a great speech on the history of Yingling at Bucknell University, the Open Discourse Forum. Her passion for the brand will stand the test of time. Today, let's raise a pint to the Yingling family and to the best American brewery and beer there is, made in America. Cheers. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to raise the debt ceiling, and we need to do it soon. I rise today in support of the bipartisan debt ceiling framework unveiled today by the Problem Solvers Caucus. In such a closely divided Congress, the only real solutions are bipartisan solutions that can get 218 votes in the House, 60 votes in the Senate, and onto the President's desk. This framework proposes reasonable and responsible steps to ensure that we won't default on our debt, while also ensuring that Congress takes short-term and long-term steps to address spending and balance the budget. I came to Washington to get things done, and I'm firmly committed to working with the Problem Solvers Caucus and my colleagues across the aisle to find solutions for the most pressing issues facing our nation. I'm proud to support this bipartisan framework, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of the bipartisan and bicameral H.R. 655, known as the Disaster Reforestation Act. Specifically, this bill would eliminate the basis limitation rule, allowing landowners who farm trees with the intent of sale to deduct the value of their timber loss from a natural disaster, providing forest landowners some financial recovery after a catastrophic event. There is currently no federal program that allows timber farmers to recoup the loss of their timber, leaving them with no way to economically recover after a natural disaster. Private forests in the U.S. are vital to rural economies, strong domestic wood supply, and as a natural climate solution. Our nation's private forests act as our largest carbon sinks and are essential to providing clean air and water. Fixing this casualty loss issue would provide an immediate and permanent solution for forest landowners to keep their forests working, a vital part of rural economies. Again, this is a bipartisan and bicameral bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 655, the Disaster Reforestation Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because the American people know that their right to abortion care is under attack. As I speak right now across the street, the Supreme Court of the United States is getting ready to rule on whether or not to keep a ban and restrictions on an abortion pill that has been around for decades and has safely helped millions when they needed it the most. In my home state of Florida, our wannabe president of a governor signed a 6-week abortion ban into law that effectively means that people who have been raped, who are the victims of incest, and who are experiencing life-threatening pregnancies are going to be denied the care that they need and will be forced to give birth. It's barbaric and disgusting. That isn't liberty. That isn't freedom. Being able to make a decision about your future and your body, that's freedom. Having control over your own reproductive care, that's freedom. Having a choice, that's freedom. And that's what we need to fight for. Freedom and liberty for all of our people, not ripping away one of their most sacred human rights. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During a House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic hearing yesterday, former Director of National Intelligence Ratcliffe testified that a lab leak is the only explanation credibly supported by our intelligence, by science, and by common sense. Monday morning, a new Senate report concluded there were 2 leaks from the Wuhan lab in 2019, and this nation had funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. At the same Tuesday hearing, former Deputy Secretary of State David Feith revealed that the State Department tried hiding evidence of U.S.-funded gain of research, arguing it could open a Pandora's box. In other words, they concluded it would be easier to lie, therefore endanger the American people and the world, because telling the truth would expose a lot of difficult questions. These revelations are further proof of what many Americans already know to be true. Dr. Anthony Fauci misled the public continuously during the pandemic about the origins of this virus and the risk of gain-of-function research. People in our own government aided this for various reasons, selfishly wanting to defraud and endanger the public while they pursued their own goals. Director Ratcliffe's and Mr. Feith's testimony, as well as the Senate, should disturb every lawmaker in this chamber.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce the Return to Prudent Banking Act to restore prudent banking and confidence to our nation's banking system. This bill would reinstate essential provisions of legislation born from the ashes of the Great Depression, the Glass-Steagall Act, also known as the Banking Act of 1933. Carelessly, in 1999, Congress repealed the Glass-Steagall Act, and you can see the growing concentration of banks just in this country. 3 banks control a third of the money in this country. And what's really been happening is the repeal of that act opened the floodgates for speculation, for speculators on Wall Street and other places to empty out the worth of Americans' life savings. By 2008, investment firms had gambled it all away in their version of the Wall Street casino. Their greed cost hardworking Americans their homes, their savings, their jobs. Speculation plunged our nation into a deep recession, and now here we go again watching bank runs. SVB over in California, Signature over on the East Coast in New York. Bank runs, failures, massive buyouts, cryptocurrency schemes, and rampant speculation in high-risk Chinese tech companies. Wake up, America. Let's restore prudent banking. Let's pass the Glass-Steagall Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to corral the raging bulls who cloak their unbridled speculation under the cover of prudent banking. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the Republicans are bringing a bill to the floor that seeks to ban trans women and girls from participating in women's sports. This bill is morally wrong, it's cruel, and it's discriminatory. President Biden has already promised to veto it, but when the United States House of Representatives passes a bill, it sends a message. And if you're a trans kid right now, the message coming from our government is that you don't belong. This leads to bullying, isolation, depression, and even suicide. I want to speak to the trans kids in America today. I want to say you belong in the American family. We're proud of you. Democrats must not be quiet. We must speak clearly to uplift and protect trans kids. We must recognize that a harm to trans kids threatens a harm to everyone, and we must embrace our diversity as a unique American strength that has the ability to unite us. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this cruel, discriminatory bill tomorrow. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, I'm convening a special order hour for the Congressional Progressive Caucus, where we are focused on our shared commitment and shared urgency to make comprehensive immigration reform and universal health care our reality. We are one step closer to doing so for DACA recipients or dreamers who have been waiting and still waiting for us to make good on our long overdue commitment to a pathway to citizenship for them. Healthcare is a human right, full stop. I know that saying healthcare is a human right can feel more like a slogan or a hashtag than a call to action that anyone will actually do something about. I've certainly felt that myself and felt frustrated by the simplicity of that call to action, contrasted with a deflating lack of change. Some people think it's too lofty and that we should start smaller. What does it mean, though, to start smaller? When it comes to healthcare, that means dividing people into who is worthy of healthcare and who is not. So I want to take a quick moment to thank everyone who doesn't give in and doesn't give up on envisioning a better world that has more than enough resources for all of us. Because I know you get pushback, doubt, and detraction. But if those big, lofty goals that keep us rooted in our why and keep pushing us for better. And that is why last week, when President Biden announced his proposal to expand eligibility for Medicaid and Affordable Act benefits to Dreamers, we all celebrated. DACA first started in 2012, over a decade ago. There are approximately 600,000 DACA recipients living across the United States. They're healthcare workers, they're teachers, they're parents, and they're neighbors. About 35,000 Dreamers call my home state of Illinois their home. One of them is my husband, Boris Hernandez, who has lived in the U.S. since he was 14 years old. He has now lived in the U.S. more than he's ever lived in Guatemala. Collectively, Dreamers pay $9.4 billion in state and federal taxes every single year. For all these years, access to health care through the ACA or through Medicaid hasn't been available to Dreamers. That is a policy failure with life and death consequences. Right now, DACA recipients can mainly only access health care if their employer provides it. Otherwise, they're largely reliant upon the state they happen to live in to have a state-funded health care program. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, more than a third of DACA recipients don't have any health care insurance whatsoever. And we know what happens when we deny access to affordable health care. People avoid going to the doctor as much as possible because they can't afford to go. Health conditions that may only need preventive care or some kind of medication go undiagnosed, untreated, and get worse and worse until it's a life or death emergency. You see, before I came to Congress, I had the deep honor of serving in the Illinois House of Representatives, where I led legislation with the Latino Legislative Caucus, Healthy Illinois Coalition, Governor J.B. Pritzker, to now create state law that expands Medicaid coverage to all residents aged 42 and up, regardless of legal status. This made Illinois the first state in the entire country to provide health care coverage to immigrants, regardless of status. By the time this passed into law, it reflected multiple rounds of negotiations. And if I could have, I would have had eligibility start at the age of 19 to ensure that there was no break in health care coverage for our children, who are now adults. I now look forward to working with President Biden's proposed expansion of healthcare coverage to Dreamers and it going into effect so that we can continue to build on the work we've done in Illinois and across the country. Hearing even one story of what expanding healthcare coverage for just one person has meant to them and their loved ones underscores what's true for all of us. We must recognize the importance of providing access to quality health care and services for all people, regardless of their citizenship status. Olga, a resident in Illinois, who because of this new state law could access medical coverage for the first time, graciously shared her story with me. She said, "I was born in Mexico, and I came to Chicago in 2004. I came to the United States for a better life for my family. I encountered many obstacles, such as language, work, housing, school for my children, and health care. I had to get dental treatment, but due to the cost, I put off going. And then it got complicated, and of course, it got more expensive. I managed to save $8,000, but I had to choose between two options: pay for the dentist or pay for my son's university. Having access to medical coverage is a true relief because now I can go regularly to the doctor. You see, I share Olga's story because her story is a story of many others. Hundreds of thousands of immigrants, whether DACA or otherwise, who live all across our country and still don't have the ability to go to the doctor when they need it. The immediate and tremendous impact she experienced once affordable health care was no longer denied is the same immediate and tremendous impact President Biden's proposal will have on all dreamers. It feels obvious to say, but the benefits of access to affordable health care for someone who's a DACA recipient are the same for all immigrants. It's not just dreamers. Yet there's one example of how we continue to divide and break up the immigrant community into politicized categories that we then use to weigh different members of the immigrant community against each other. Who is and who isn't worthy of citizenship? Who is and who isn't worthy of health care? I say all this as the only member of Congress in a mixed status marriage. What I want to make absolutely clear is that our families, our communities cannot be conveniently divided into documentation status, and therefore neither can our deservedness of health care as a human right. Which is why reporting this week from the New York Times that multiple staff at HHS warned the administration that migrant children were being hastily connected to sponsors who put them in grave danger cannot be seen as separate. More than 250,000 migrant children have come alone to the United States in the last 2 years alone, and thousands have ended up in grueling, dangerous, exploitative jobs all across the country in complete violation of child labor laws. They're away from their families and caregivers, they're not in school, and they're doing graveyard shifts in factories. You can't tell me that's healthy. You can't tell me these children and their families who they've been separated from are not deserving of safe, caring sponsors who would prioritize their health care, education, wellness, and a pathway to citizenship. And so I want to commend President Biden for his proposal for Dreamers. It marks a significant step forward for immigration reform, demonstrating our commitment to protecting dreamers by providing them with access to quality health care and services. But we must recognize this moment, which has been preceded by years of moments, that the brokenness of our immigration system is a failure we share on both sides of the aisle. Let us use this moment to rededicate ourselves to our shared responsibility to fix it humanely, comprehensively, and immediately. And now, I am pleased to yield to my colleagues who will highlight the tremendous impact that President Biden's proposed expansion of healthcare to dreamers will have and our shared responsibility to make universal healthcare and comprehensive immigration reform a reality after all these years. I would like to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Maxwell Frost.
Thank you, Congresswoman Ramirez. I'm here today because I am ecstatic that we have a president who had chosen to lead with love and compassion when it comes to other humans in this country. And thank you to President Biden for having the heart and the courage to do what his predecessor never did: show respect and dignity to dreamers and DACA recipients who came to the United States through no choice of their own and are fully fledged Americans in every single way but one, on paper. The Biden administration's move to expand health care coverage to DACA recipients is bold and historic and follows Democrats' commitment to helping immigrant communities that have spent their lives living in the shadows of this country. And there are over 500,000 dreamers in the United States who were extended a literal lifeline through the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA, and over 20,000 DACA recipients who call my home state of Florida their home. And through DACA has been a wonderful beacon of hope for so many. And through his action, President Biden has acknowledged that more can be done to help this vulnerable community. For years now, DACA recipients have been living with a weight on their shoulders, constantly worried about losing their jobs, means the end of being able to afford affordable care, or being able to afford care, forcing them to stay in working environments that perhaps mistreat them, backed into a corner where they have to decide between getting to see a doctor or having to push through the pain and the illness. And let me be clear, no one should have to make that decision between access to medical care or putting food on the table or having a roof over their head. Healthcare in this country is and should be a human right for all people by virtue of being alive. But that's a scenario that's all too familiar with DACA recipients. I've read stories of young people from my hometown of Central Florida who have gotten health care for the first time in their lives, only then to lose that care because of a layoff or job cuts. I'm hard-pressed to find a working person or working family that can afford to pay $500 or more a month for health insurance. And I've always said that if you love somebody, you want them to have health care. You want them to have a good-paying job that treats them fairly. If you love somebody, you want them to succeed. You want them to thrive. If you love somebody, you want them to be healthy. You want them to be able to see a doctor or medical professional, because if, God forbid, they could become sick. See, dreamers are people. DACA recipients are people. Immigrants are people. And they deserve to be able to get their care through Medicaid and the ACA just like anybody else in this country. We still have so much work left to do to ensure that we actually create a compassionate, humane immigration system that offers a real pathway to citizenship for the hundreds of thousands of dreamers and DACA recipients who call Florida home and this country home. But this action is a beacon of hope. And to the dreamers across the country that are listening right now, hear me when we say we won't stop fighting, not just for you, but with you. Home is here. Healthcare is a human right. And thank you to all the organizers, young people, advocacy groups, and allies across the country who have spent years fighting for this very moment. Let's get to work and continue to provide for all people. Thank you. I yield back to Congresswoman Ramirez.
Thank you, Congressman. I would like to now yield to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Rashida Tlaib.
Thank you so much. I rise today and applaud the President. A recent announcement of a plan that would allow more than 800,000 dreamers across our country to have access to health care is to be applauded. I also want to thank Congresswoman Ramirez for her dedication, her leadership, and for hosting this important special order on this critical issue. I stand here before you, a child of immigrants, but also the daughter of Southwest Detroit, where I lived with 20 different ethnicities and backgrounds. And yes, many of my friends, many of my classmates were dreamers. We know that many of the issues we work on in this chamber are connected. Immigration is connected to health care. And right now in our country, we have a great need for comprehensive immigration reform and to ensure that every person has access to adequate health care in terms of coverage and care delivery. As somebody that worked on immigration issues and immigration justice, I know that our system is broken. Too many of our families are living in fear. Too many of our dreamers, our neighbors who only know the United States as their home, continue to live a life where their rights could be stripped from any moment's time. I know how important it is to fix our broken immigration system instead of tearing families apart. Dreamers right here in our country deserve permanent protections and a dignified pathway for citizenship. No human being, Mr. Speaker, is illegal. We must protect our neighbors. We must protect those who are simply here because they want to have a better quality of life. We have immigrant communities, again, across our country who simply want a pathway to citizenship, a pathway that many of our parents, grandparents, ancestors were afforded, a pathway that we enjoy and are proud of. Why do many of my colleagues want to block this pathway in the land of opportunity? I'm not sure, but I know I applaud the administration's action to ensure that many dreamers have access to health care. And I implore President Biden and many of my colleagues in this chamber and in the Senate to reject decisive xenophobic immigration policies that, again, do not move our country forward in a way that we can be proud of. We cannot and should not embrace rhetoric and policies that only seek to pit communities against each other, tear families apart, and put immigrants in harm's way here in the United States and in country of origin. We must choose to be a welcoming country. We must work to create a robust pathway to citizenship. We must enact comprehensive immigration reform, and we must ensure that every person in our country has comprehensive, adequate health care. we must also pass Medicare for all. So I'm ready to get to work. And again, I cannot thank enough of my amazing Progressive Caucus members, especially, again, Congresswoman Ramirez, for this important special order. With that, I yield back to her.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I would like to now yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Congresswoman Ramirez, thank you for your incredible leadership and energy to provide a needed voice on an issue that's so critically important. I rise to applaud President Biden and the Biden-Harris administration for the incredible steps that they've taken. Thank you for believing and demonstrating action and not just word. I firmly believe that in delivering permanent protections for dreamers, because immigrant rights are in fact human rights. President Biden's announcement to expand health care coverage for DACA recipients will protect some of our most vulnerable neighbors, family, and friends. Dreamers strengthen our economy and enrich our workplaces, our schools, and our communities. Over the last decade, DACA has brought stability, possibility, and progress to more than 800,000 people. These are our family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Even though this is their home, they're being denied the basic rights of health care, something that everyone, regardless of your station, should enjoy. Secretary Becerra, proposed rule will allow DACA recipients to purchase qualified health insurance coverage. This is a step toward justice for folks who have been forced to pay sky-high out-of-pocket costs for health care, or worse still, to go without life-saving treatments because they're just too expensive. Fixing our broken immigration system will save lives, and we must keep fighting to give dreamers a permanent pathway to citizenship, a permanent pathway to citizenship. These actions from the Biden-Harris administration are vitally important for so many Louisianians in my home state and people across the United States who need these vital protections. Any policy is penny wise and pound foolish if we don't take into consideration all people. When people can't get affordable health insurance, they don't get it. It's that simple. When they can't afford it, they don't get it. And it puts a burden on our emergency rooms. It ends up causing more money on the back end. Emergency room visits are far more expensive and much more difficult to provide the needed care that individuals should have. Preventive care is a heck of a lot cheaper than after the fact. Providing resources is a heck of a lot cheaper on the front side than after the fact. Having a process that's clear for people who are here to abide by is a heck of a lot cheaper than after the fact. I look forward to this proposed rule being finalized, and I stand firmly with my friends in the Progressive Caucus. I stand firmly with the White House in providing resources that will deliver permanent protection for dreamers, because again, immigration rights are in fact human rights, rights that we all should stand firm for, that we all should stand together on, that we all should recognize as a human issue and an American issue. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Carter. I, too, dream of that day. You see, half of my family is still undocumented. Half of my family has lived here for almost 40 years. My uncle, Max Guerra, will be turning 70 in 2 years. He works at a diner. He works about 65, 70 hours a week, standing there, preparing a meal for others to be able to enjoy. And when I ask him, Theo, you're almost 70, why are you still working so much? He says to me, Delia, I have to make sure that all my 4 boys get through college. I have to help them pay for college. And because I have no way of guaranteeing that I will be here tomorrow or the day after because of my immigration status, I have to work like today is the last day that I'll be able to provide for my family. My uncle, Maximiliano Guerra, is not alone. And as we think about this broken immigration system, and as we think about healthcare, I have to go back to that moment where I proudly stood on the State House floor and passed legislation to expand healthcare coverage to people who are undocumented and over the age of 42. And I remember receiving a letter from a young woman who had just become a citizen. And her letter said to me, Representative Ramirez, I wish you would have been in the State House just a few years before. I wish you would have been able to pass the legislation you passed just a few years ago. Because if you would have done that, my father would still be alive today. Her father in this country for almost 40 whole years, working at factories and small businesses, giving to the community, contributing every single day, paying taxes. He got very sick, got cancer, but no health care. Her father worked until he could no longer work, which was days before he died, because he had no access to health care in a country he contributed to for almost 40 years. This is why when we talk about health care coverage and when we talk about this moment and immigration, we can't separate the issues. We understand that it is past time for us to be able to have a pathway to citizenship, and that it is past time that DACA dreamers like my own husband have access to health care. They are healthcare workers, they are teachers, and during the pandemic, they kept you and me alive, which is exactly why I applaud President Biden's administration in this proposal to finally provide health care to those who every single year provide more than $9.4 billion of tax revenue to this country we love. This is exactly why standing here as a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, as a daughter of a woman who crossed the border when she was pregnant of me in her first trimester, a woman who said to me, Delia, water was just a privilege. The ability to be able to keep on walking, recognizing that I needed you to have a life I never had. I needed you to wear your first pair of shoes before the age of 7, unlike me. I needed you to be able to get more than a third-grade education. So I risked everything with 1,811 miles of desert walking 40 years ago so that you inside my womb can be born in a country where you'd have the opportunities I never had. Well, that woman today is a citizen because of amnesty of 1987. But one thing that woman never imagined was that her daughter, that life she fought so hard to keep alive in El Rio Grande, would be standing before you today in the same fight for immigration reform that so many for the last 40 years have had. This is why we understand that we have to get past parties. We have to be in a position to be able to expand health care coverage to people regardless of legal status. And as Congressman Carter said, recognize that it is actually quite more affordable to provide preventive care than to care for someone when they're nearly dying in a hospital, which is exactly what we saw in the state of Illinois. By expanding health care coverage to people in Illinois, hospitals no longer have to take people who are now dying because they didn't get preventive care. This is why this proposal and this proposed rule will make such a difference, not just to Boris, but to all of those children that came so young and are no longer 13, 14, 15, they're 38, they're 39. It has been an honor of my life to be able to get sworn in to U.S. Congress. And I recognize the responsibility we have and the commitment of the Congressional Progressive Caucus to ensure that we stop talking about immigration reform, but do something about it. because I am sick and tired of going back home and having to look at people that look like me, that carry my blood, and tell them, maybe next Congress, maybe next time, maybe convince this person, convince the other. It is past time that this country that I love, that I was born in, that I get to serve in Congress in, as the first Latina in the Midwest, that proudly I represent, that we finally do what is right and what we all know that is just not a moral obligation, but it is also one that allows us to be able to continue to contribute and see the economic development and the contributions of our immigrants here in this country. I want to thank all of my colleagues who have joined tonight's Progressive Caucus Special Order Hour. What is absolutely clear to me is that the power of us collective voices, united in making comprehensive immigration reform and universal health care a reality now, not later, and not for only for some while other members of the immigrant community suffer, must be our responsibility. And I know that when there's a will, there is always a way. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the opportunity of leadership to be able to spend a little time this evening on what I define as a very, very important subject. Mr. Speaker, in the rancorous world we live in these days, there's a tendency for people who observe the United States Congress from afar to think that we have become a shrill and loud, unfocused rabble of people, that perhaps we've lost our sense of humanity, and even worse. But tonight, I'd like to visit about an individual, a person, a set of circumstances that refute that falsehood in the popular perception. What do I mean by that? Well, Mr. Speaker, not many months ago, we on the House Science Committee, both Republicans and Democrats alike, majority and minority, received some what can only be described as devastating news. That a member of our family, and when I say family, I mean our congressional family, the people who serve in this building and in these buildings and serve in the personal offices and serve in the committee offices and serve in the leadership offices, people who are the individuals that you've known for months or years, maybe sometimes decades, that you've jousted with on issues, that you've cross-referenced notes, you've debated with for extended periods. In the various roles, those are the people I define as our congressional family. They could be Democrats, they could be Republicans, they could be senior staff, senior members, or the most junior of all. That devastating news that I mentioned, not all that many months ago, was that the Deputy Staff Director for the House Science, Space and Technology Committee, Majority Deputy Staff Director, Jennifer Wicker, had been diagnosed with cancer. Now, that's always the most intimidating, shocking news than anyone could receive. But tonight, I don't just want to talk about that, and we will, because it's important to the struggle she's facing, but I want to talk about the person that this member of our congressional family has been, is, and no matter what the struggles of the next few weeks or months turn out to be, will always be a member of our family in our hearts and in our minds. Jennifer Wicker, Jen as we call her, originally from Medford, Oregon, a town in the southern part of the state. Her parents ran a local law practice. The kind of salt of the earth sort of people that you'd want to live next door to you. Jen earned a bachelor's degree in government from Claremont McKenna College in Claremont, California, and a master's degree in the National Security and Strategic Studies from the U.S. Naval War College. And in her tenure, has served in a variety of roles. I think the role that I speak of this evening is her role in Congress. She started her career on Capitol Hill as a scheduler for Congressman Jerry Lewis in 2003. Now, for those of us who remember that wonderful individual, Jerry Lewis was a senior member of Appropriations, would be chairman of the committee. Jerry served in numerous senior leaderships positions within the Republican conference. A great member to work for and learn from. Jennifer worked from being a scheduler, and any of you who have any interaction with members of Congress or their offices know that one of the most difficult staff positions is to be a scheduler, because you get to balance the member's limited time with the needs of the spouse, with the needs of the district staff, with the needs of the office staff, the committee staff, and all the important constituents back home. And she performed well, as all of us know her, would have expected nothing less, and became a senior legislative assistant. Now, she worked off the Hill for a little while, but then she came back to the Hill to be the professional staffer on the Research and Technology Subcommittee in 2015. And she worked there diligently for 7 years and became the staff director of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, and ultimately a senior policy advisor to Chairman Lamar Smith. And then after I had the opportunity, she became the deputy staff director for the overall group. Jennifer's personality, Jen again as we all call her, was the kind of person that no matter who you were, the most senior member of the committee, the most junior member of the committee, the most well-informed member of the staff, or the newest member, treated everyone with the same kind of respect, decency, and would take the time to reason through and discuss with people the merits of their logic, and also sometimes the challenges that presented. Ever the diplomat. Ever the diplomat. Now, this evening, I think we have a few of the folks who she has touched in this Congress who'd like to offer a thought or two. And I will yield shortly to several of my colleagues. But before I do that, let me again return to the point. We are a congressional family. Jen is one of our own. She faces challenges that hopefully none of us will ever face. But she's done it with the most amazing grace and strength and determination. She's decided her own course of action. And that's always to be respected. With that, if I could, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize, for the time you might consume, the gentleman from Texas who has had many opportunities to work with our wonderful friend.
And sadly, I thank the gentleman. I wish we weren't here. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Jennifer Wicker, a public servant and trailblazer in the science, space, and technology community. I got here in 2013. I was on the put on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee then. I've been on it a long time. I've got to see a lot of staffers, Zoe, I think you have too. I had the privilege of getting to know Jean during my time on the committee. Let me tell you, her enthusiasm, her brilliance, her commitment, as the chairman laid out, was second to none. Her smile. She always laughed at my jokes. She always laughed at my jokes. I think she was trying to make me feel better. God knows I wish she felt better right now. God, I wish she felt better. People don't often realize how impactful folks like Jen are at drafting and moving the needle on very important legislation that has impacted the science, space, and technology community. But likewise, they don't often recognize and realize what the staff means to us. And when you've got somebody like Jen, what a jewel. What an absolute jewel. She's an avid Oregon Ducks football fan. I don't know why she wasn't Dallas Cowboys, Josh. I was trying to figure that out. Go Ducks! She sings in the congressional chorus and loves to walk her rescue mutt named Finn. And with a lot of the good humor that she had, the dog could have been named Huckleberry Finn, for that matter. All at the young age of 42. All of this at the young age of 42. Jen, you have achieved more than most people do in a lifetime. And you should be proud of that, and I promise you, we're not only proud, but we're grateful. Jen, thank you for the time you've invested in our great nation. And we want you to know that we are rooting for you, we're praying for you, and we are in your corner. We expect God to do a miracle from the power, what little power we have in this House of Representatives, as I believe this country ordained by God, to the throne of grace that He would heal Jen. Cancer sucks. And Miss Jen, you have fought the good fight. And I pray you're at peace, knowing the positive impact that you've had, not only in the halls of Congress, but to every single person and staff member you've come in contact with. I want to urge all of my colleagues to keep Jen and her family in your prayers. And I want to end with a Bible verse from Deuteronomy 31:6 that says, quote, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you, and He will never leave you nor forsake you." God in heaven, hear our prayers for our one great Miss Jen. Heal her. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
I thank my colleague from Texas for those very thoughtful and very wise words. With that, now I yield to the ranking member of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, the gentlelady from California, who has had many opportunities over the years to work with our mutual dear friend, as much time as she may consume.
I thank you, Chairman Lucas, for organizing this special order. Honoring Jen Wicker is really a privilege. I know Jen from the Science Committee, and I know her as an organized and capable person. But today, even more than speaking for myself, I'm here to speak for the Democratic staff of the Science Committee, who know her even better than me. Many of them have worked with Jen closely for many years. They really appreciate her and her excellence as a congressional staffer, serving this institution and our nation, and how valued she is as a colleague on both sides of the aisle, how respected she is in the greater science and technology stakeholder community. Prior to coming to the Hill, Jen hadn't worked on science policy, but she has a keen intellect, and she understands and cares deeply about the issues that come before our committee. She's become such an expert on these issues that most people just assume that Jen came from a lifelong science background. Staff on both sides have benefited from her institutional knowledge, her thoughtfulness, and her perspective. The mutual trust and respect she shared with Democratic staff has allowed them to find common ground on almost every topic that came before them. It also enabled them to tag team in difficult negotiations with the Senate and external stakeholders, especially during the CHIPS Act. Jen's sharp sense of humor also helped ease the tension in these long and acrimonious negotiations with the other body. Jen played an essential role in CHIPS and science, and that's a bill we celebrate as being a once-in-a-generation accomplishment. And she did that while going through treatment for her cancer. That's just remarkable. Staff on the Democratic side count Jen as more than just a colleague. She is their friend, and they are praying for her and pulling for her at this moment. I believe that their friendship speaks further to the special person that she is. Jen is the best of what our nation should expect from people dedicating their careers to the work of this institution. I'm honored to lend my voice to the celebration of her career today and to be the voice of the Democratic staff who love her so much and who are praying for her recovery. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to participate, and I yield back.
Member for her very thoughtful and extremely accurate comments. And with that now, I would turn to the gentleman from Florida, another member who's worked extensively with our dear friend. Yield him however much time he might consume.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Today we take a few minutes to recognize a key congressional staffer who has served us in the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Jen Wicker. She's faithfully served both a member and the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee for more than 16 years. Often in Washington, people hear the phrases, "No, we can't do that. That's too hard. No, that can't be done. No, we just can't do that." But that has never been an experience anyone I know has had working with Jen. She has always been such an amazing help to our staff and to our efforts to properly serve the American people. If our staff or I ever brought tough issues before the committee, you never heard her sigh or roll her eyes or do any of the things that somebody might do with some of my crazy ideas, but she just jumped right in and figured out a way to get us where we needed to go. You gotta love it. I've had amendments that have made it into bills strictly because of Jen's leadership and her hard work. Otherwise, they would have just died and gone nowhere. Just special touch that she had. She always found a way to help members on the committee so they could best serve their districts and their constituents. And often it was in a bipartisan manner, which is not easy to come by around this place. Congressional staff are truly the unsung heroes and heroines of this institution. And without them, the legislative wheels would grind to a halt, and that's a fact. Jen Wicker is one of those heroines. Our thoughts and prayers go out to this wonderful lady and her family. God bless you and God bless America. I yield back.
I thank my colleague, and he's exactly right. Sometimes, even in the institution, in amongst the family, we forget how important the critical role is that the staff plays, their understanding of the issues, the vast experience, their ability to focus. Jen is one of those individuals, one of the catalysts, I'll say, of the legislative process. Now I would like to turn, I believe, to my colleague from Oregon and recognize her to discuss a fellow Oregonian. As much time as you may consume.
Mr. Lucas, Chair Lucas, thank you for the opportunity. As a fellow Oregon Ducks fan and Oregonian, I'm really grateful to be here today with my colleagues to honor an exceptional staffer, Jen Wicker. Jen is a longtime dedicated and invaluable staffer for the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, on which I've had the honor of serving since I joined Congress in the beginning of 2012. Jen has been a tireless public servant, supporting members of the Science Committee in their efforts, our efforts, to craft and advance meaningful legislation. And I know her unwavering commitment, her expertise, her bipartisan approach have really left an indelible mark, and we're honored to pay tribute to her exceptional contributions this evening. Now, committee staff play a really crucial role in supporting the work of the committee, and they're really essential to the functioning of the legislative process. I learned that when I went from the Oregon legislature to Congress, how important our committee staff members are. Jen has been working diligently behind the scenes, providing her valuable expertise, her research, her assistance to help members fulfill their responsibilities on the committee. And she, like many of our staff, she possesses specialized knowledge and policy and really plays a pivotal role in helping us understand complex issues. You know, many of us who serve on the Science Committee, we're not scientists, we don't have that expertise, and our committee staff really helps with that. Identify potential pitfalls, because we occasionally run into those, and develop effective strategies to achieve our goals. And her expertise and dedication has really contributed to the development of well-informed and evidence-based policy decisions, and that's led to more effective policy making that benefits the American people. I had the honor of traveling with Jen on a bipartisan delegation to the Galapagos Islands in 2018. And you know, when you travel with somebody, you get to spend time together. We conducted oversight of NSF-funded research and observatories, and you know, the primary subject of the trip and a significant area of cooperation between the United States and each of the nations we visited was our scientific research enterprise. And the trip was noteworthy because it really gave unique insight into the bipartisan cooperation that lay ahead. It was great to have Jen on that trip. It was one of those trips, Science Committee trips, that you'll never forget the lessons learned and the relationships made. So in addition to her exceptional expertise, she's been a model of bipartisan collaboration. I've heard stories from her friends across the aisle about how she's continued to foster a culture of inclusivity, of cooperation, of mutual respect, transcending political differences and working with her colleagues on both sides of the aisle to achieve common goals, and that's something we know we desperately need in this institution. Her ability to find that common ground, to build consensus, it was crucial to the passage of important legislation like the recent CHIPS and Science Act. Now, many have suggested that this would not have been possible without her unwavering commitment to the underlying policy, which helped bridge divides and really led to significant results for our nation's economy, research and technology sectors, and of course our scientific enterprise and research enterprise. So I'm really honored to be able to join my colleagues in extending our deepest appreciation and gratitude from both sides of the aisle for Jen's exceptional service to the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology and to the American people. So thank you, Jen, for your unwavering dedication, kindness, and extraordinary contributions, and I can't end without saying, go Ducks. I know what a wonderful Duck fan Jen is, and so I had to get that little shout out there to my alma mater. So thank you again for the opportunity to honor Jen Wicker this evening. And I yield back.
And I thank the gentlelady from Oregon for her comments. Many people may notice that many of us are wearing an Oregon duck pin that has cancer on it, but it shows the Oregon duck foot smashing it. That is a symbol to us of Jen's enthusiasm for Ducks football, but it also shows our common spirit about smashing cancer and how appropriate that the Science Committee works so diligently in those areas. I turn at this moment to another senior member of the Science Committee with a long working relationship with Jen. I yield the gentleman from Texas as much time as he might consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, it's with a very heavy heart that I offer my prayers and sincerest gratitude to Ms. Jen Wicker, longtime staffer on House Science, Space, and Technology Committee. I had the honor of working with her under former Chairman Lamar Smith and now under Chairman Frank Lucas and their leadership. Jen has been an integral part of the committee, and her departure will leave a void that will be absolutely impossible to fill. Over the years, my staff and I have grown very close to Jen, often relying on her expertise and her strong work ethic. We've traveled together on several very meaningful and informative CODELs, and very interesting ones. I've always appreciated Jen's input and her service to these wonderful trips that we've taken. She is reliable. She acts with thoughtfulness and has always been able to provide insightful perspective in approaching policy. Throughout her time on the committee, Jen has shown an unshakable passion for serving our nation and advocating for the goals of our Science, Space, and Technology Committee. Her professionalism and one-of-a-kind personality have left an enduring mark, and she will be greatly missed in these halls of this Congress. I'm sure that I speak for many in expressing my very deepest appreciation for Jen and her years of service and her lasting contributions. She is a shining example, without question, of public service, and whether she knows it or not, she has made a significant difference in the lives of many Americans. And we wish her and her family all the very, very best during this time, and she is in our deepest prayers. And so thank you, Jen. May God bless you. We're praying for you. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for his thoughts and his observations. We arrive at a moment in this special order when we begin to focus to a conclusion. You've heard this evening from Democrats and Republicans alike. You've heard from the most senior members about the wonderful nature of our friend, Jennifer Wicker. You can tell that those of us who have worked with her day to day, in many instances for years, some for decades, what a wonderful, productive, bright, articulate, focused young woman she is. She's made the committee more productive. She's made the lives of her many, many friends richer. I just simply suggest this in my closing. Jen, we may not get to work together again in the near future on the Science Committee, but I have confidence in you. I have confidence in your fate, and I'm confident that somewhere down the road we will work together again in a wonderful place. So with that, Mr. Speaker, God bless the congressional family, and in particular, God bless Jennifer Wicker, one of our very own. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Now, under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for the remainder of the hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening I have some of the most influential leaders in the House Republican Conference to to address some of the key issues we're addressing this week altogether in the People's House. I'm happy to yield first to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk this evening on the Protection of Women and Girls Sports Act. You know, I've been a physician now for over 30 years and dealt with a lot of different types of individuals, and there is a difference medically between men and women. There's a difference biologically between men and women. There's a difference chromosomally between men and women. There's a difference genetically between men and women. At age 5, it is an absolute normal thing for young children to question who they are. Absolutely normal. We all go through that phase. Sadly enough, our left colleagues now want to put pressure, either from teachers, counselors, or whatever, that they may be disillusioned, they may not understand who they are, to try to push them in one direction. What has happened? What has happened? We now have this huge conflagration of individuals who don't understand their biological sex. Now we've been preached by the left for 3 years, follow the science, even though the science was wrong. Right now, they don't want to follow the science. It comes down to the science of gender, and they refuse to allow that truth be told. They don't want to hear about the true biological and genetic differences between XY and XX chromosomes. I'll take that as a physician, that there is an absolute genetic difference in mitochondria and everything else, spindle cell formation, everything else in a genetic XY male from an XX female. It's how they develop, and regardless of any type of hormonal manipulation, an XY male has a competitive advantage over an XX female. Period. Point blank, it is fact. It cannot be refuted. Sadly enough, the left doesn't want to hear that. They want to push the fact that the choice of a gender will get to decide a competitive advantage. They want to trample over the rights of women and allow men to compete in women's sports. It's an absolute absurdity. I honestly cannot believe that this is an actual issue that we are debating in the United States of America. It's common sense. What would happen if NBA individuals, I won't point out anybody in specifics, what would happen if a male from an NBA decided he wanted to compete in the WNBA? Would that be fair? Absolutely not. What would happen if someone like Michael Phelps wanted to compete in the women's athletic sports and swimming? It would be absolutely unfair. Absolutely unfair. But the left is horrified if something like that would happen in high school or college. They're not horrified, rather. Just a couple of years ago, we'd never even dreamed. 10 years ago, I would say Democrat and Republican would never have dreamed we'd be going down this path of lunacy, trying to erase women's sports. That a young girl who at the age of 5, 10 would be competing so hard for her dream at age 18 or 22 to compete in the Olympics for a gold medal or any other medal, to have that taken away by a biological male. But here we are. It's a sad state. It's time for the adults in the room to bring common sense back to this country. Now, I am not downgrading or denigrating the desire for those individuals to compete in sports. I understand that. But what is fair is fair. And it is absolutely unfair for a biological male to compete against a biological female in high school or any type of other type of sports. Bringing common sense and a sense of normalcy back to women's sports and women's rights against an unscientific madness of the left. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back, but I would ask my colleagues to vote for the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate that. And I'm a proud co-sponsor with you of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act because, look, we recognize biology is not bigotry. It is reality. That's a very good bill, and we will pass it this week. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the Super Bowl champion and the great gentleman from the state of Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, my friend from Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Since Title IX became law 50 years ago, women and girls have shattered records, broken barriers, and blazed a trail for generations of female athletes to dream big and to rise to new heights in athletics. As a former athlete, I know firsthand the far-reaching, profound impact of sports participation on physical, academic, and social development. In a recent survey, over half of the women executives in major U.S. companies attributed their success to participating in collegiate athletics. The regressive and unscientific, unsound policy of the Biden administration to allow biological men to compete against women strips the rights and dignity of every woman to safe and fair competition in sports. The science is clear. Men are physiologically faster, stronger, and bigger than women. Biological men develop larger hearts and lungs, denser bones, and stronger muscles. This is common sense, my friends, and we all instinctively know this. Putting a stronger, faster, bigger man against women turns back the clock on this remarkable accomplishment of female athletes by half a century. But who also suffers from this attack on womanhood? Young men who have already been damaged for decades of progressive left policies that have destroyed the nuclear family. 80% of these urban men no longer have a father who will teach them a primary job as a man is to respect and protect womanhood, that his greatest success and legacy will be leaving his children and wife a good name. Instead, as you see in these urban, crime-ridden democratic cities, young men who have lost hope and as a result are losing their souls. Turn on TV, in the same cities where these urban city political leaders are closing their eyes to sexualization of children as young as 3 or 4 years old, where confusing our children about gender fluidity is at its height, you'll see gangs of young men with no respect for women, as they bully, use, abuse, and beat up girls and women, and with no shame boast about it, as they post their insidious attacks on TikTok. No hope, no soul. I'll make a request to those on the other side of the aisle, ask the urban community of black women what they think of turning men into women. Not the elitist black minority who are married, have safe life inside their middle-class neighborhood bubble, but the 70-80% of single mothers who are trying to raise and provide for their children solo. Ask them how it is for generations to deal with the absence of good, God-fearing, honest, hardworking, committed, visionary, and courageous men who will stand and sacrifice anything, including their lives, for their wife and children. These women will tell you that they already live in communities where males no longer identify as men. We will not stand by and allow the anti-family, anti-women, progressive left to add to their long list of hopelessness women. Our message with this bill to all women, regardless of your politics, creed, color, background, social status, or religion, the Republican Party will ensure that you and your daughters will never lose hope, that your efforts, your work, and dreams will never be stolen by an ideology that has driven a party that has lost its way. We promise never to demean your contribution, past and present, your efforts and sacrifice, acknowledged or forgotten, that has helped forge this great nation. We'll start today by defending the meritocracy and granting every woman a level playing field of fairness. As chairman of the Higher Education and Workforce Subcommittee, I'm proud to support the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act to end the reckless and anti-women and unfair policies of the Biden White House against female athletes. Thank you, and now you're back.
So grateful for your expertise and wisdom and all the years you've worked with troubled and incarcerated youth. This gentleman knows that of which he speaks. And Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa.
Thank you again, my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for leading this time for us to further inform the American people on these key matters. And really, this is what House Republicans have demonstrated so far in this majority here in the last 3 months or so, that the priorities of the American people are our priorities for their well-being, their prosperity, and we're achieving that in the legislation we're pushing through. So unfortunately, that priority is not shared by our president, and a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are focused on a lot of other things that are very destructive to our economy, destructive for the well-being of what has really made this country strong economically and morally. Our economic base pivots mainly on energy, the continued development of it, developing newer, better technologies, which in this country, when we have the entrepreneurship, the freedom that means to continue to innovate instead of getting railroaded into things that don't work. A lot of that is this massive bent towards electrifying all of our energy-consuming devices, whether they be automobiles or appliances, things that we use for manufacturing, industry, what have you. And I just got to tell you, remind you that our power grid, our electricity grid, especially in my home state, is this close, especially on a hot summer day, towards collapsing. It's not enough, certainly, to take into account the big ideas there is to electrify cars, trucks, leaf blowers, stoves, and this over the protests of the very people that are going to be expected to buy them and replace them. We've seen cities and municipalities move in a direction like we're banning all new gas stoves. Well, gas stoves work awful well for people, for homeowners that wish to have that choice. And when we see government continuing to take choices away from people, you're not seeing it from House's Republicans. You're seeing it from the left. You're seeing it from this White House. You're seeing it from the policies that come out from the Democrat leadership. And people need to realize where this comes from. You know, I mean, the legislation that was passed in the 70s, NEPA, as part of Endangered Species Act, part of Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act. Those were good things at the time. They've been weaponized over the last 30 or 40 years to just flat stop projects from getting done that people want. Whether it's widening their highways to have better transportation infrastructure, whether it's agriculture, where, you know, we're seeing incredibly that in this country we might have empty store shelves of certain products that people have come to expect. Certainly much higher prices of food. And what's the key to this? Energy. We don't have low-cost energy, reasonable energy, and we continue to explore. We stop exploring for new oil and gas. We stop building power plants. Indeed, in my district, they're trying to tear down hydroelectric plants that make CO2-free power, all right? We all love CO2-free stuff. And they want to tear out this infrastructure. Our only nuclear power plant left in California, Diablo Canyon, got a 5-year reprieve by the legislature recently. And there's people already trying to put a stop to that 5-year reprieve of it being shut down. More CO2-free power, 9% of the grid. And so the weaponization of the environment has been pretty successful so far in stopping important projects. So instead we get red tape, bloat, all sorts of things from government instead of the projects people need in order to continue. So Western civilization is defined by our ability to produce not only what we need, but to help others around the world. And we're unable to do that effectively if we keep going in this direction. A bill we passed last week, H.R. 1, was critical towards moving back this 2.5, 3-year funk we've had under President Biden, also pivoting off of COVID shutting down our lives largely. And I would even extend that to the importance of forest management, because the smoke plume from that affects the whole country when you have a 1-million-acre fire like I had in my district. H.R. 1 has these key components towards helping with energy, helping with forest management to be able to do the types of thinning and work that are going to make the forest healthy and continue to save the asset that really is the American people's when you're talking about the Forest Service lands. So the lunacy we've seen with the extremists, the manipulating environmental laws and, of course, court decisions, which aren't really based so much on what the intent of the law was 50 years ago, is really harming our country, really harming the people, causing unnecessarily high costs of everything, and taking choices off your table, taking choices out of your garage, et cetera, et cetera. H.R. 1's a good start on that. We need our colleagues in the Senate to pass that and get it to the White House and hopefully convince the president to do the right thing, not just shut down more energy. So, folks, we've got to have you pay attention to this stuff and be on our side on this, because we're actually on your side, not trying to take away your choices, your livelihoods, and harm you economically. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
And thank you for drawing attention to it, because energy security is national security, as we say all the time. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to my good friend, the great gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the representative from Louisiana for giving me a couple minutes here. You know, I've been here for 3 years now, in the House of Representatives, and we've seen the other side try to overturn the laws of economics. I mean, here's a quote. "We absolutely cannot go bankrupt because we have the power to create as much money as we need to spend." That was Nancy Pelosi's budget chairman. And then, so trying to overturn the laws of economics, trying to overturn the laws of physics, we're going to make intermittent power into baseload power. It doesn't work. Well, now it is a sad day because now we're debating basic biology on the House floor. But unfortunately, over 50 years since Congress passed the landmark legislation of Title IX, we now have Democrats denying that basic biology and women's rights. Let me be clear. Biological men have no business competing in women's sports. It's anti-women and it's anti-science to think otherwise. Here's a headline from NBC News. "Trans women retain athletic edge after a year of hormone therapy, study finds." From The Guardian, trans women retain 12% edge in tests 2 years after transitioning. Those are the facts, and we've already seen the results. Over 20 biological men have won national or international competitions or championships in the women's category. With the Biden administration seeking to erase women's rights and continuing to make a mockery of Title IX's fundamental principle of basic biology, Republicans will protect them. Tomorrow, House Republicans will defend women's sports when we pass the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023. This will ensure that school athletics comply with the Title IX recognition of a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. As a father of 3 daughters, I will always stand up to protect our daughters. I would hope all members of Congress, both Republican and Democrat, would protect decades of progress we have made in securing women's rights. That starts by passing this legislation. At a time when Democrats would rather erase our daughters' rights, let me repeat, Republicans will protect them. Thank you to the gentleman from Louisiana.
From one father to another, I thank you for those strong words. We will do that. That's our obligation. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to my friend and classmate, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Louisiana for organizing tonight when we can speak directly to the American people. You know, Monday marked 100 days of the new Republican majority here in the United States House of Representatives. Since then, we've been committed and working hard to fulfill our commitment to America. That's our promise to build an economy that's strong, a nation that's safe, a future that's built upon freedom, and a government that's accountable to the American people. Our very first vote here in the majority was to defund President Biden's army of 87,000 new IRS agents that were to target families and small businesses with more burdensome audits. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights. Now, House Republicans know how important it is to have a say in their children's future, and the Parents' Bill of Rights ensures that their important voice is heard. The Parents' Bill of Rights does 5 things. First, the right for parents to know what's being taught in schools and to see reading material. Secondly, the right to be heard. Third, the parents' rights to see schools' budget and schools' spending. Fourth, the right to protect their child's privacy. And the fifth thing, the right for parents to be updated on any violent activity at school. I was proud and am proud to co-sponsor this legislation that puts power back in the hands of parents, certainly across our country, and also empowers them with the information that they need to ensure that their children receive the best education possible. In addition, we passed a bill, the title of the bill is the Lower Energy Cost Act. The bill number for people following at home is H.R. 1. H.R. 1 What it does is it unleashes American energy. It lowers energy costs for families across my district in West Tennessee and across the nation. President Biden's war on American energy, frankly, it's made us more reliant on foreign energy sources. And Americans know that because they've been paying the price for this: higher gas prices, higher utility bills, higher energy prices in general. H.R. 1 will unleash American energy and lower cost. It does 5 things. It increases domestic energy production. It reforms the permitting process for all industries. That's the second thing. The third thing, it reverses anti-energy policies advanced by President Biden's administration. Fourth, it streamlines energy infrastructure and exports. Fifth, it boosts the production and processing of critical minerals. And I think that's so important. That's H.R. 1. Obviously, it's one of the most important pieces of legislation that will pass here in the United States House of Representatives. We as House Republicans, we've also been doing our part to talk directly with Americans, and in part by taking our committee hearings outside of Washington, D.C., and talking directly to people across the country by having committee hearings outside of Washington, D.C., in the heartland of the country. I'm honored to be on the House Ways and Means Committee, and under the chairmanship of Jason Smith, who chairs the House Ways and Means Committee, we've had field hearings in West Virginia and in Oklahoma. By taking these committee hearings to places like West Virginia and Oklahoma, we've been talking, but more importantly, listening in our committees to people who may not be able to travel to Washington, D.C., who could testify directly to our committee and to the other committees. And by doing that, again, listening to issues that are important to the House Ways and Means Committee and certainly to the other committees as well. We really appreciate their valuable input. In addition to all this, other things that House Republicans have done, we've reopened the People's House. It's great to walk around the House chamber, to walk around the halls of Congress and see people, see our constituents, see school groups. Here in the House of Representatives, under the Republican majority in these 100 days, we've worked to protect the sanctity of life. We've worked to counter the Chinese Communist Party and their influence. We've worked to counter the Biden administration for their weaponization of the federal government. And Mr. Speaker, frankly, we're just getting started. We've got a lot of work cut out for us, but we're up to the challenge. We're working hard for the American people. We're committed to delivering results for the American people each and every day in this body, in this Republican majority. Like you, I appreciate the honor to serve, and I appreciate, Congressman Johnson, you organizing tonight so that people like myself and other members in the Republican House majority, again, can talk to the people, can talk about the accomplishments, and also the important issues that our nation faces. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. You are always a voice of great credibility and reason, and you're exactly right, and I'm glad you highlighted the first 100 days of this Congress under Republican leadership have been remarkably successful. And as you said here, this week and in the days ahead, our important work is really just begun. We've got a lot more to do. And Mr. Speaker, in my remarks this evening, I just want to speak very briefly as a father. We have to defend women's sports. And my wife Kelly and I have been blessed with 4 amazing children. 2 of them are bright, beautiful young women who are high school athletes themselves. But today, radical transgender ideology is threatening the very same opportunities that my girls had and all of our girls have had. This week, Congress is going to send a clear message. We will not stand by and tolerate the erosion of fair and equal competition in women's sports. We know that right now, women's freedom to play sports at competitive, collegiate, and professional levels has always epitomized how far we've come in breaking down so many boundaries. But, I mean, how in the world have we gotten to this point where women's ability to compete on a fair playing field is in question? Mr. Speaker, this week Congress is going to vote, and we are going to pass out of this House the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. We will address one of the major problems stemming from today's extreme liberal ideology, all these activists. Just in the last few years, we've seen countless instances of men competing in women's sports at all stages of competition, and it's not fair. Our legislation would simply aim to crack down on this backwards policy by prohibiting federally funded education programs or activities of any kind from allowing biological men and boys to participate in the programs or activities designed for women. Biology is not bigotry, it is reality. And our legislation would make clear that one's gender, their sex, is based on their reproductive biology. It is our obligation, it is our duty and responsibility here to protect and defend the rights of women and girls across this country to compete and succeed in sports. I am proud to co-sponsor the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, and I'm glad that that legislation will accomplish that very thing. Mr. Speaker, I will wrap up our special order hour here, and as the time is expiring, I will move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.